afternoon and welcome to Sunday football here at Amy Stadium for round 10 action. The 16th place Carlton Football Club take on the Adelaide Crows, who currently sit in 6th position. It's going to be a cracker match. We'll see if the Blues can lift their standard and take it up to the Crows at home. Good afternoon, Dwayne Russell.
Good afternoon, Dermot. What a town. 18 degrees here. Perfect conditions for football. Carlton bursting through the banner. A lot of people would be surprised if they won here this afternoon, but they've surprised the last two times they've been here. Carlton, they were able to force a draw against the reigning Premier Port Adelaide earlier this season, and last year they won in style when Favola kicked the winning goal, his 7th goal on the siren. So who knows? It's been a strange old footy season.
Mark Rasciuto leads his team out onto the ground. Very competitive this season. A lot of people would have thought at the start of the year that, well, Carlton, they won the night premiership, and they would have thought, yeah, they'll sit around 6th or so, and the Adelaide Crows are a chance to come in at 16th. Well, that has been totally reversed, as we see here at round 10. Let's have a look at the Adelaide Crows here. We've named McGregor in at full forward. Did such a good job last week. Welsh will push up and be the leading forward. They still don't kick a lot of goals, but gee, they get some support and some run out of their back line.
And Box being named on a half-forward flank there, even though he played a magnificent game on Rewald last week, probably the game of his life he played last week, and they have got some superstars. McLeod's been named at half-back. He's been starting in defence and then moving on to the ball later in the game, but why wouldn't you just start McLeod in the middle from the first bounce this afternoon?
I think they just want to run him into a bit of form. And talking of form, what about this young man, Hayden Skipworth? He's been around the scene for 4 or 5 years. Let's have a look at his rankings at Adelaide this year. Disposals 4th, marks 4th, clearances 3rd, inside 57, goals 4th, and he has the 2nd most scoring assists of any player in the league. And Neil Craig, well, as the Foo Fighters say, he is seeing the best of him this season. He is doing incredibly well. Well done to the young man to lift his standard.
Well, he was delisted a couple of years ago, but given another chance by the Adelaide Crows. A few people at the Crows weren't all that happy with his friendship with Lawrence Angwin, but he has proven since coming back into this Adelaide team that he can play the game.
Well, the magic of TV, Dwayne, you're about to interview Dennis Pagan. We'll just give people a little sneak preview that it was done a couple of minutes ago. Here you are with Dennis Pagan.
How do you change the focus from last week's poor performance to this week where you've got to spark up again? Do you reinforce the positives?
Well, we've focused on the fundamentals at training. You're well aware at this level it's all played between the ears, and what happened last week and the week before, that's got nothing to do with this week. And get off to a good start, kick a couple of goals early. It's amazing how it can change, and we've been down that road before. And, you know, we know exactly where we're at, but we believe in our guys, and we think they can put in an improved effort today.
You believed in them here last year, and Fev got you across the line with that thrilling goal in the last minute.
Yeah, it was. It was exciting time. It's a long while ago, Dwayne, and you know, we just hope something like that can happen today.
Dennis, good luck.
Good on you, Dwayne. Thanks.
Thanks, Dwayne. You're back already. Thank you.
Well, you know I'm quick, Dermot. Always have been quick, and I can flick the light and get into bed and be there before it goes dark in the bedroom. French is out of the Carlton team. That's a big loss. He was injured last week, Barnaby French, and the local boy from Iron Bark here in the Adelaide Hills won't be playing this afternoon. Prendergast is a late inclusion for Carlton, but a lot does rest on that man there, Dermot, Brendan Favola.
Oh, well, it certainly does. I mean, he had a little bit of a suspension a bit earlier on, and in the last month, we know how talented Brendan is. In the last month, he's kicked more points than he's kicked goals. And then you look at Lance Whitnell. They've been throwing him back, moving him forward. You cannot play him in the back line, I wouldn't think, today, because if you do, and he gets a mobile forward on this size ground, they'll cut him up. They'll be able to get kicks at will on him. And Jared Waite kicked a 5 against Hawthorn 5-6 weeks ago. He's had 9 goals since then, so he needs to... Look, he's been all right, the kid. He's done really well on occasions, but he'd probably need 2 or 3 today, and they need another 10 out of the other 2. They've got to get 10 out of those 3 if they're to have a score that can build to a win here. So, look, it's all ahead, the job for the Carlton Blues there. We'll see what they can do, because last year in round 10 they took on St Kilda and they were smacked by 112 points. People thought it was going to be a tough one for them the next week, and that might happen again. But guess what? They turned the tables, and Brendan Favola, he kicked the winning goal.
Brendan Favola from an almost impossible angle. If anyone can kick it, this man can. Favola stands his ground, starts to bend it back. Carlton are in front. Favola's kicked 7th. What a kick!
Tuesday, Nine's the one to entertain.
Who's the king?
With 2 new episodes of Frasier. Then, what she's about to discover will involve her in something that could cost lives. CSI at 8:30. Then, a rough case to give the most dogged investigator pause. New CSI New York at 9:30. Nine's Tuesday is the one to entertain.
The time to get into a sporty Mazda 6 is now during the Mazda 6 run out. With these deals, everyone will want to drive. Sedan, hatch and wagon. All with air, CD, 6 airbags and ABS brakes. The Mazda 6 run out. Get in before they're gone.
They're the loudest, meanest, dirtiest band in the world. And they've got the hottest tour of the year. They are The Crew. Motley Crue. Motley Crue take over the Entertainment Centre on December 8 with Bad Boys Motorhead on the Red, White Crew Tour. Get your tickets on Monday, May 23 from Bass for Motley Crue and Motorhead. Fully loaded by Andrew McManus, RCP for Channel B. Motley Crue.
Today on Family Health Diary, muscle and joint pain relief. When muscle or joint pain is really tearing you apart, you need rapid relief from a specialist.
Ask your pharmacist about Voltaren Rapid 25 tablets, specifically designed to reduce swelling and inflammation and relieve acute pain. Voltaren Rapid helps get you moving again. You won't find them on shelf. You must ask your pharmacist. Voltaren Rapid 25 tablets, specialist in muscle and joint pain relief.
What's the matter?
I just got fired, didn't I?
What? Well, we'll see about that. Dennis!
Before you start, Einstein in there forgot to put the ad in, didn't he? That's no ad till next year.
Craig, get over it.
Call 132378 now.
Carlton Draft. Made with barley, hops, and attractive yeast. Brewed in a big metal thing. Put in kegs and driven around. By horses. Poured into frosty sideways glasses. And drunk in pubs. Carlton Draft. Made from beer.
Sunday night is about revenge.
Real sweet story. It gets better.
Trial by fire.
One of theirs for one of ours.
But this time it's not about solving the case.
You got me.
It's about surviving it.
Do not move.
In a special new CSI Miami.
Like to talk about your husband's murder, ma'am?
Desperate wives.
We're really doing housework?
Hiding killer lies.
You have to believe me.
What do you think?
He's still out there.
Brand new CSI Miami, 9:30 tonight on 9.
Round 10 action here at Amy Stadium, about to get under the way, and the young man tosses a coin. Anthony Koutafidis wins the toss and will kick to the right-hand side of screen. Let's go to another winner now. Welcome, Dennis. How are you going, sir?
That's me. Oh,
that's
okay.
you, winner.
Well, mixed metaphor there. Hello, Derm. Nice to be with you. What a glorious day in Adelaide. Temperature approaching 20, and hopefully Carlton can sort of match the weather and find some form.
Absolutely. Let's hope they can. All these tough games on paper before they start, when somebody comes out and makes a game of it, it turns into a great occasion. Let's go down to the bench now and let down onto the ground. And Jason McCartney, how are you going, buddy?
Well, Dermot, how are you today?
All right, mate.
Look, the Crows have been impressive this year. They've surprised many, and one of the major reasons, you spoke about it earlier, their defence, currently ranked #1 in the AFL. That's occurred with the return of Ben Hart this year, also Ben Rutten and also Tawney. Didn't play a lot of footy last year. Throw in Nathan Bassett, Nathan Bock. That allows Neil Craig the option to throw Ken McGregor forward, Dermot.
Thanks, Jace. We'll hear from you during the day down there. Play about to get underway here. Big Kenny McGregor. On screen, Brett Burton. Yeah, there's a little bit of friendly stuff to start with there, Dan.
Yes, a prerequisite. Umpires this afternoon, McBurney, Grun and Hendry. Hudson, his lucky charm. One sock up, one sock down. Away they go.
Shirley goes to ground and the ball will be bounced again. You couldn't be that forgetful if you were Hutto, could you? I mean, obviously it's something he likes to do with the Sox. Meanwhile, there's jousting up ahead. Back in the centre. There's Hudson, 13, up he goes, knocks it down. Shirley gets a hand pass away. Stevens in trouble, picked up by Rashudo, tackled by Koutafidis. Two of the best go down right on the launching pad.
Still incredibly good at the clearances, Anthony Koutafidis. Let's take a look at the bench there. Clark, Houlihan, Bentic and Prendergast. He'll get a lot of time on the ball running around today, Prendergast.
Skipworth had it smothered. Bott gets a hand pass away. Good one. Into the clear then. First effective work goes down towards half forward, over the top to Luca, missed the mark. Crashing in was Burton. Loose ball just spills wide at the pack. I think that's Wiggins under there. Over the top, McGregor. Yes, it is. We take our inventory. Number 34.
I tell you what, somebody's going to be put to the flame today, put to the torch, and that is young Andrew Walker. He's been given the job of tagging. He's already putting a hard tag on McLeod.
Hudson clean knocked down, but Koutafidis is a clearance specialist. This kick straight up in the air, not 15. Burton had it, lost it. Skipworth having a good season. Betts met high and heavy. And Eddie Betts will take the free kick for the Blues. Just backward of the centre circle. Wide, Carazzo has some room to move on the wing. The lead comes. Short, Lappin. Where's Favola? Chip kick. It's not in Favola's direction. It's Camporelli who started up forward.
Yeah, he started up forward there. Looks like Jason Tawney picking him up. Not known as a leading player, so this is an absolute bonus. He'd be up there for his crumbing attributes and his ability to run around and receive a handball out of traffic. So a lead and mark and a resultant shot on goal is a real bonus for him.
Learned his trade here at this ground, knows it well, former Woodville Torrens player. That drop punt coming back, just touched on the line of behind.
Oh, just, Jason, was that just a missed kick because he kicked from well inside 50 and it didn't make the distance? Is there a wind disadvantage to that end or just a miscue?
Definite miscue there, Dermot. No wind effect on this down here at ground level as to speak of, Derm.
Strange kick all round. It did some reverse swinging there late too, didn't it? Last couple of metres, yeah. His Hart goes in short. Good one, finding space. Rashudo is on. Now the Blues don't need this. The men they don't want getting touches on the outer side. Skipworth, Bock, there he is again. Rashudo, the confidence on the rise. Even the good players need their early touches. Down a half forward, bad kick. Lappin gets in the road. Lappin, left half back in the bright sunshine at Amy Stadium. Across the ground, Whitnell to the middle. Wiggins, a runner alongside. Will he lay it off? No, he elects not to, at least initially. Now he'll be forced to kick. Carlton by the only score in the game. Wiggins taking plenty of time. Slow build-up as a result. Goes down towards half forward, in from the side. Tawney juggles the mark, plays on, drives it back towards half forward. Burton favoured by the kick. Could have almost been interfered with. Will get the free. And Burton, on this still afternoon, could get the distance from here. He doesn't think so. Now he does. A burst of confidence. Goes long. He was right the first time. Off hands from the behind. Jason?
Yeah, different proposition this week for Nathan Bock. Very impressive last week on Revolt. This week, Whitnell. Whitnell's starting at centre half forward. He's pushing deep into the back line, so he needs to follow him down there. Present as another forward option for the Crows in Bock.
Nick Stevens, another footballer who applied his trade here at Football Park. Port Adelaide for a while. Short pass, Thornton, back pocket. And they're committed to a side now, Carlton. Crows have blocked the middle corridor, so Thornton, not a lot of choice but to just thump it long to DeLuca, you would think. He thumps it long, it's headed toward DeLuca. He won't get there. Burton fly, yes he does, he takes the mark. Plucked it from 4 deep. Held up though. Half-back flank. Waite provides a lead. That's ignored. Carazzo calls it wide. That's ignored. They're a little stagnant early. Favola the target this time. He flies. Can't mark off hands. Coming hard. Teague. Couldn't pick it up. Waite does. Nicely weighted handball from him to Lappin. Bounces to 50. Has a couple. Looks inside. Favola's got it. A hero here last time. And he spears it home.
Radio Rentals is making a big splash! The Big Wash sale is back at Radio Rentals with 3 big bonuses. Rent or buy any washing machine and get a bonus 3 months worth of Omo. Plus a bonus set of towels. Plus a minimum $100 trade-in on any working washer. Plus, you can buy now with a massive 4 years interest-free. But you can only dive into Radio Rentals' Big Wash sale for a limited time. Now that's big!
Talking about early touches, early goals, very important for goal kickers. Lappin knew that, gave him the footy. Margin 6 points. Hudson, favoured by the bounce, knocks it down. Shirley had it, lost it. Betts. Little kick towards half forward. Walker was being held. No free kick. Plays on immediately. Camporelli run down by Burton. Well done, Shirley. Claimed by Waite. Spills to Wiggins. Bock got him. Now an opportunity for Whitnell. Did well. Got the arms free. Feeds it back. Hand pass from Walker low down. Crashing in was Shirley, taken high. He'll get the free kick. Robert Shirley across half back. Advantage paid. McLeod has stolen the footy. Away he goes. That's about 3 bounces down to half forward. Rashudo's got it now. Interesting kick. Goes inside the 50. Skipworth did well. Feeds it out wide. Rashudo keen to make amends from 55. Hasn't got the carry. Hit the post. The fat bit.
Nice blue suede shoes on Matty Lappin there, about to kick in from fullback. You're quoting Elvis this afternoon, are you, Dennis? Or it's REM. Short pass to McGrath. Takes the mark between the goal square and defensive 50. Short pass to Betts, who's been lively early. Wanted to play on immediately, not allowed to. Thornton's wide. That's ignored. Down the corridor. Back to Lappin. This might be the game they elect to play, the possession football game, Carlton. Lappin. 55 games with the Saints. Chips it wide and finds Teague. Did he mark it? No. Stevens. Carazzo. Down the corridor they travel. Koutafidis inside 50. Perry with him. Koo to the crumb. Spins it. Rolls it. Tumbles it. Goals it.
Yes.
That's close.
That's a goal.
Here comes the Midas team out onto the ground. Boy, what an outfit. This Midas team has it all. Mechanical repairs on everything from suspension and brakes to mufflers. They're a well-oiled machine, this mob. When it comes to total car care, including logbook car servicing, the opposition has no chance. Get one and it won't void your new car warranty. So ring 13 64 32 for total car care, and you know what they say, trust the Midas touch.
Anthony Koutafidis very good last week. And a forlorn cause. That's across the line. Best and fairest in 2001. The man that got that last goal, and they lead by 11 points. Up goes Hudson over the top to Luca. Follows up. Got boot to ball. Standing in his road was Bock. The road Bock, and we've got a bounce down towards half forward. Burton still battling away with Wiggins. Stuff going on.
Now, what Bock's running to the left-hand side of the screen now to pick up Whitnell. He should just stay halfway in between. So if the ball comes, he can get onto it. That's going to go over his head to Whitnell.
Interesting kick. Rashudo got the spiral working towards the outer side. Whitnell drops back and claims the mark.
Gee, that would have been a good kick in NFL. Bit of hang time in it.
It certainly had some hang time, didn't it? Whitnell. Little chip up towards the wing. Luca's got it now. Carlton have started well.
What they have done is taken the emotion and the sting out of the Adelaide Crows, and they're slowing the game down. They don't want the Crows to actually get up on a high roll.
Rashudo was up, couldn't complete the mark. Waite comes through, knocks it to his own advantage, found it on the ground. Camporelli 50 metres out, vacant square. Going back is Bassett. Bassett takes the mark on his chest. Plays on now to the back pocket, looks up towards the half-back flank. Good one. Clever use of the body initially. Well, the bounce did him no favours. Betts comes back towards the middle. Too much carry for Camporelli. Coming across on the angle, Simpson. Hudson was in there, charging through Stevens. Back to Camporelli. Comes to Lappin. Lappin miscues completely, and the mark is juggled and missed down there by Bassett. Opportunity for Koutafidis to kick his second goal. Standing in the square is Stevens. He gets their third. Nick Stevens kicked the last ever goal at Optus Oval. And has kicked one here to give Carlton a 17-point lead. DeLuca in the ruck, as we said. Barnaby French not playing. Little handball out is okay. The 1-2. Abner has a bounce. Looks up. Sees for a shooter. Good option. If he wants it, best to give it to him. And he spears it towards full forward. Coming hard, McGregor. Wants to play on. Thompson's short.
Umpire's called him back already, so he can't really play on yet.
McGregor has kicked 2 goals, 3 for the season. All of it last week. Outside the boundary line.
For a league footballer, Dwayno, these are relatively simple shots. You've got to make up your mind whether you go hard at a right angle for a screw across the body or get into some real motion and kick a drop punt when you veer out to the right. He's going for the screw across.
And he screws it across, and
Not
it's...
enough.
You were talking golf before. That's out of bounds and have to reload.
Some players get into the two minds. They think they're running and they sort of veer out and they think, will I screw it across the body or drop punt, and they kick it poorly.
Thornton gave it to Whitnell, who was aided by a good bounce to Betts. Made himself invisible, was taken high. He'll get the free kick. Tawney was bearing down and suddenly Betts was gone from the radar. There's Betts up towards the wing then. Waite set a task from behind. Hudson knocked it down. Down goes Burton, got the kick away. Wiggins goes back strongly. Down went Tawney. Thompson gets a hand pass to Skipworth. Will advantage be paid? No. It's coming back to Tawney. He plays on to Burton. Rapid fire at the moment.
Whoa.
Goes in towards half-forward. Burton's down. Well, that was interesting.
Oh.
Quick recuperative powers. Bounced to his feet after making sure they had the free. Nothing untoward about the bump other than a bit late. Oh, look at that.
You thought, no, I better get up.
Some of what we're seeing in footy now is a little un-Australian. Can I say that?
Yes, you definitely, yeah, you definitely can.
These guys, and Burton's not the only one. A lot of guys doing that. Just wonder about it. There's Welsh who's got the footy in any case.
And
that's more Australian.
Jason, we've had a change for that indiscretion.
Yeah, Waite straight off. He's been replaced by Houlihan. He hasn't got on the phone or anything to speak to Dennis, so I think it's just a planned bit of a rest.
Welsh got 5 last week, hits the post. High up. So Adelaide at the moment can't buy a goal. So there is a football god. Just thought Burton might have played for that a little, and he's watching here. It's a full house at Amy's Stadium this afternoon.
In soccer, that might have been dealt with a penalty against Brett Burton.
It might, a yellow card for sure. Shortish pass by Wiggins. He's back to Camporelli. So back to fullback. Camporelli chips to Thornton. He hasn't got room to play on. McGrath's peeling around behind him and he gives it to him. So McGrath will come to the open outer side to Camporelli, who can play on. Looks up. Houlihan was there. Houlihan started on the bench. Now he's going to have to go at this one. Hart. Houlihan. Hart wins out. Bit of experience there. Gets it to McGregor. Caught in a tackle, and the umpire will have to bounce it just forward of the wing. 19 plays 3. And Jason McCartney's on the boundary line.
Yeah, with Whitnell pushing back into the defence there, Cooter's more playing as a midfield forward role, giving an option up forward. Andrew Walker getting a bit of attention from the Crows. He's got the job on McLeod.
Hudson gets a hand pass away. Goodwin. Back to Hudson. Found some space. Back to Goodwin. Forward of the wing. Kicks inside the forward 50. All directed. Teague. Under pressure. Stevens gets a hand pass away. Thornton. Lappin running backwards. Did okay. Has a bounce now. Goes across half back. McGrath, left half back, goes up towards the wing. In front, Kudafiti's almost stolen away by Edwards. Short one is on. Skipworth. Well, non-stop stuff at the moment. Rashudo. Whitnell comes back, hands to it, couldn't hang on. Welsh gets the crumb, gives it to Thompson. Thompson hurries a kick down towards the pocket, bounces towards the boundary. Thornton goes back, claims it. Kudafiti's again. Carlton from the back line. Kudafiti's. High ball, out of bounds on the full. Well, that was untidy, but he's been good. Carlton lead it by 16.
Hudson for Bigland. Just that one with Lappin, when he went and did that U-turn when he was streaming out of defence. Before he did the U-turn, if he had taken the heat and kicked under pressure, he had Cooter by himself. But because he thought, no, I'll avoid the tackler and won't get tackled, and then he comes back, Cooter gets manned up. And they get the ball turned over.
McLeod to Edwards, to Tawney, to Bassett, back to Edwards, back to the wing. And the ball's in dispute. Perry couldn't mark it. Thompson couldn't pick it. Teague ridden a little bit over it. Had to get rid of it. Goodwin caught. Lappin tackle, dispossessed. Thompson, it's slick stuff at the moment. Matner spears it inside 50. Walsh is on the move. Can't quite trap it. At his arm half held. Through traffic. Shirley. And he has nailed it.
See that bloke over there? He's one.
Really?
Bloke next to him, he's one too.
Joking.
All those blokes. Even old Laurie.
Does his wife know?
All for it, evidently.
It's surprising how many people win Keno. Over 65,000 winners on average every week.
I've thought about it. Yeah, me too.
Keno, win it by the minute.
It ended okay. You never know with Ian Perry. He dropped that mark on the outer side. It's like a grizzly bear trained to repair watches some days. There's the bounce, knocked down by Biglands. Wide of the pack, Stevens slips it away. Camporelli back to Stevens to half forward. Favola got the opening goal, but an unkind bounce there. Wade arriving quickly, left the ball behind. Everybody hesitated. Stevens head down, picked it up brilliantly. Camporelli playing well, centres it in front. Some holding there. Whitnell will get the free. No doubt about it.
He put his left arm into the chest of his opponent, and his opponent panicked, thinking, I'm not going to get to the ball. There's a bit of a crunch there by the Ruan Brendan. Now, that's the initial push-off, and there was a hold before that. It was called well before that, so we've just missed the tail end of it then.
We're trustworthy, though. We saw it, didn't we, Dan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got some swampland to sell you as well.
Hey, this ground is built on ex-swampland, by the way.
That's right.
We'll sell the ground from underneath us. Here's the kick from Whitnell. 30 metres out. Should get it. Carlton, terrific start by the Blues.
Hungry Jack's where it's at.
The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper.
I like that.
100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings.
Love it at Hungry Jack's.
The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Now it's really not new, this is telling you. It started so many years ago. As music and face, it comes from outer space. It's a vibe.
Don't smile at me, love.
Blackmore's Executive B-Stress formula helps relieve work-related stress.
The much talked about Lance Whitnell, who debuted in front of 82,000 people as a 17-year-old, took 9 marks and kicked 4 goals back in 1997. Ball up in the middle. Stevens couldn't quite get the Campbell away to Camporelli in time. Riley's got it. Umpire was letting him play onto advantage, but Riley wasn't quite aware of it. The ball will come back to Hayden Skipworth. Finally, it comes back to it. McLeod peels one way, coming the other way, Ben Rutten. Takes the mark on the wing, chips it forward, Biglands. Too far out to score. Carlton players get back in the hole, straight through the hole. Whitnell kicked the last goal, now back in defence. Teague, he was crunched. Big pack forms, and the umpire will have to sort it out. And Teague...
One of the more enlightening interviews happened during the week with Big Rhett Biglands. He said, yeah, Neil Craig gets into us big blokes. I think he's got small man syndrome.
Oh, yes.
It was hilarious.
Restart of play from the ball up. Ball slapped out wide from Lappin. McLeod lurking. Shirley got it to Goodwin. High wobbly kick. Was just knocked off line, and I think it was touched. Perry wanted to claim it. Picked up by Stevens, gave to Camporelli, and Carlton away. To midfield, Morrell had it knocked away by Rutten. Riley, Tawney. Now Matner, man is on. Skipworth down towards half forward. He's got it now, but forced to hold. Good hard running to come and get the mark there, Koutafidis. Nothing glamorous about it, but he stopped Adelaide.
If they can come right around this side, there's a bit of open space here for a lead and an acceptance.
Tawney's got it. They've got the spare man again, deep at half forward. And Tawney in 2 miles.
Well, Carlton have 18 men defensive side of the centre circle.
Bassett goes for distance. Long down towards full forward. Thompson is there, lurking, hands to it. Almost the mark too. Livingston goes back and passes it behind.
Just on that one, though, they definitely had 18 men behind the centre circle, Carlton.
in a defensive mode, yet the long kick went in, and it was still only a one-on-one aerial contest, which is very, very dangerous for Carlton. If you're going to put that many men back there, you have to kill the ball. You have to be sure that it's going to be a free-for-all, a mass-on.
Camporelli, who played in a premiership in his first season with the man he just gave the ball to, Anthony Koutafidis, and it's been a tough road for Camporelli since that opening premiership year. Kouta goes backwards, loops it over the top, makes it tough for Thornton, and he chips it to Lappin, and he has some room to move on the half-back flank.
Couple of bounces, carries it up to the wing, a third bounce. Interesting by Thompson behind him, simply fell to ground. Here's Betts. Betts beyond the wing, kicks to half forward. Morella's outnumbered 2 on 1. Tawney needs it to stay, and it did not, so a good result for Carlton.
Terrible kick. I mean, you give your forward no chance there.
Even the hand pass from Koutafidis in the back pocket.
Yeah, shocking.
You
could see,
wasn't it?
Yeah, you could see it's not a very non-dominant hand. Well, they're terrible once they convert. Well, they're 16th in the comp. Adelaide are converting once they get inside forward 50.
The bowler thumps it down towards full forward. Burton goes back, picks it up, heads for the boundary line, tracks it, keeps it in, under pressure, puts it out. Well, it can't be deliberate, can it? After that effort to keep it in the first place. Inside 50s, Adelaide 10, Carlton 7, but Carlton lead where it counts. They're up by 15, 4-1 to 1-4. So Carlton have got the start they needed. Can they press on from here?
Kouta just flicks out the left-hand side of the pack by himself. He'll end up with it here.
DeLuca just edged out of it. McGrath gave to Koutafidis, wide ball, and out of play off the hands of Bassett, and we'll get a ball in inside 50 for the Blues, who've had a good first 22 minutes here. Now, no breeze to speak of.
Same again. If Kouta sits out defensive side of the pack, see him just inside 50 line there, it just requires one Carlton player to win it, give it out to him, and at this range, it's a shot at goal then. Oh, almost.
Edwards half held there, and the umpire saw it. Free kick against McGrath. And the Adelaide Crows get a chance with 4 minutes left on the clock to quarter time.
But Durham, that would have been plan B. Adelaide giving him the ball.
I know, but sometimes when the ball's in dispute, it's a 50-50 and it's too much to risk close to goal.
Shirley goes to Skipworth.
Well, plan A's get it yourself.
This is the alphabetical attack too.
Yeah.
Who's next in line? The high one down towards half forward. Perry, that's better. Strong hands, worked his way in front. Gets a roar from the crowd. Goes to Goodwin, missed it, should have marked it. Camporelli, been very good in this term, could have been pushed to the back. No free kick, scramble develops. And the umpire will ball it up.
Kouta runs past the back there. He'll push forward as Jason McCartney's told us. There's the bench. Hudson's made his swap already. Rashudo, you'd think, would come back on with a couple of minutes to go.
This has been the start they needed, though, Carlton.
Yep.
Slowed everything down. Here's Riley. Goes inside the forward 50, coming on the lead Bok.
Now that's the danger. If the ball comes in with a bit of fluency, if Lance pushes back, Bok, even though he is tuned to being a backman, Lance is not going to be able to run with him and cover him on a lead.
Bok sporting the silver boots today. There's Walsh up ahead with the white ones. This is Bok. Take my word, there's silver. There you go. In he comes. Kicks from 53. Doesn't quite get it. Has he got the carry? May have hit the post. Did. How many's that? 3 posters now for Adelaide.
And Bok still yet to kick a goal this year. And a great game he played on Rewalt in defence last week.
He must be a good athlete. Good running athlete. Cover Rewalt, even though he has a slight niggle through the pelvis area.
You've advanced to the silver boots once you've beaten Rewalt.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I drew that conclusion.
Yeah. You get a good one today and he'll be up to the goal.
Camporelli, kick in, thump back, McGregor peels it off, chance for Downey. Across the face.
It's sort of like a self-rating process. You just turn up at training and the coach can see what you thought of your game by the boots you're wearing.
And once you've really made it, once you really made it, do you just progress back to black because you don't have to worry about it anymore?
You are so cool. That's quite right.
Yeah.
You just go back to black.
Too cool for school. If you're Roo, you could wear platinum if you wanted.
What if the coach gives you a pair of pinkies?
In
your locker.
I'm tipping you wouldn't be a contested possession type player.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, nothing at all.
Speak for yourself. Something about going in and finding the footy, I reckon.
Higgins takes a good strong mark. Played on.
That's dropping the ball. He didn't get a foot on it.
Got it back again. Gives it out to Burton. Handballs to Skipworth. Wobbly kick. Burton comes hard. Nearly took the mark. Edwards. McLeod on attacking 50. 90 seconds remaining. Gives it to Bob. Just missed one. Spins this around beautifully. He's got one for the season now.
Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing.
Just a quick reminder that Metropolitan Plumbing can fix leaking taps, block drains, plus hot water repairs and replacement within the hour. All areas, 24 hours, 7 days. Yes, 7 days a week.
Metropolitan Plumbing.
Those silver boots come through.
Watch this again, Dan. Play on. That's play on. That hits the ground first. That's dropping the ball. He's been dealt a good turn there by the umpire.
Adelaide doing better now. Approaching quarter time. DeLuca up very high. Prendergast knocks it down. Skipworth's got it. Kicks to half forward. Perry sets himself from behind Whitnell. Almost an involuntary fist on that one. Spills wide. Prendergast. Now an opportunity for Stevens. Kicks it, or rather Teague kicks towards Stevens. Down goes Whitnell. Gathered by Burton, running out of space. Manages to keep it in. It's still in. Taken across the line now by McGrath.
Brett Burton, he's very good at those along the boundary line. He's been wrestling with Wiggins non-stop since the opening bounce behind play, like a couple of kids in the back seat of the car while the umpire's not looking, or Dad can't look into the rear vision mirror.
Biglin's to come over the top here.
And he does come from 3 deep. Whitnell got a palm on it though. Inside a minute to quarter time. It's been Carlton's quarter so far. Dowdy slips it to Goodwin. High kick, full forward, a 3-on-3. Off hands, Perry. Half a free kick. Umpire said play on. Shirley over it, caught. Handball, Matner. He can't grab it. McGregor does get a kick away. Almost marked on the line. Lap and slip, those blue suede shoes. And he chips one nicely to Camporelli, and he can shut it down for the last 25 seconds.
Oh, had a bit of moonwalk in that attempt, didn't he?
Dying seconds of the term. Talking about indicators, boots and what have you, we had a coach, I remember, when I was starting out in footy, he used to say, "You are what you eat." Well, I love chicken. From right half back, up towards the wing, big pack off hands, Burton behind. Down he goes, tries to flick it across to Rutten. Did well enough. Rutten's over the football, can't find it. Favola put the body in. It's quarter time. And Carlton have done very well.
They lead by 7 points, Dan, and I always wondered why I love turkey. Adelaide Crows, 2-6-18. Inaccurate kick in that quarter. They trail Carlton 4-1-25.
National 9 Newsbreak, brought to you by the Nissan Drive to a Million. At your Nissan dealer now.
His life was shattered in an instant.
The doctors thought you would die.
A South Aussie battler fights for a new beginning on Millionaire Monday on 9.
It's a rough case. To give the most dogged investigator pause. CSI New York, Tuesday on 9.
Get into Gasworld for all your power tools, hand tools, air tools, compressors and welders. Get into Gasworld for Makita Muscle, the complete range of Makita quality trade tools. Get into Gasworld, Adelaide, Baraka, Lonsdale and St Mary's.
Hey Trev, I've noticed a pattern.
Yeah, what's that?
My house at Goodwood burned down. My house at Norwood burned down. My house at Blackwood burned down. And every time I've been burnt by the insurance company. So, no more suburbs with wood in them. I'm moving.
Where to?
Burnside.
In the 2004 Australia's Best Cars Awards, conducted by motoring organisations including the RAA, the award for Best Small Car went to the Ford Fiesta LX 3-door hatch. The award for Best Family Sedan went to the Ford Falcon Mark II XT. And the award for Best Recreational Four-Wheel Drive went to the Ford Territory TX All-Wheel Drive. So if you're looking for a new car, for best results, see your Ford dealer now.
Need extra cash to cover this month's bills or extra spending money this weekend? Why not get an instant cash loan against your quality unwanted goods? Cash Converters provides a real alternative. No fuss loans with less hassle and less paperwork. Just show 100 points of ID to the friendly Cash Converters loan staff and you'll be on your way with convenient instant cash. Instant cash loans at Cash Converters. Just another reason to visit your nearest Cash Converters store.
Cash Converters.
Tonight.
Look, my husband did not commit suicide.
What? When the rich and famous play,
Please, stop.
not everything is what it seems.
Get the hell out of here. Who's your mommy?
New CSI, 8:30 tonight on 9. Tonight on 9.
Like to talk about your husband's murder, man?
Desperate wives.
Are you really doing housework?
Hiding killer lies.
You have to believe me.
What are you thinking?
He's still out there.
Brand new CSI Miami, 9:30 tonight on 9. The 2005 Toyota AFL season brought to you by our telecast sponsors Hungry Jacks, Amy and Radio Rentals.
Yeah, where's the love out there? Let's have a look at the scores now. The Adelaide Crows 2-6-18 trail Carlton by 7 points. 4-1-25 Nathan Block and Shirley a goal each. Stevens, Kutafutis, Whitnell and Favola 1 each. Major ball winners Adelaide. Skipworth has 9 possessions, Burton 7, and for Carlton Lappin 10, Camporelli 9. Let's go down to ground level now. Jace McCartney.
Yeah, Dermot, as we've come to expect with Dennis Pagan, very animated towards his group. Pretty happy with the start, the first half of that quarter. Not too happy with the way they let the Crows back in the latter stage of that quarter. Where the Crows was interesting. Neil Craig spent a lot of time one-on-one with Andrew McLeod. Kept the 3 possessions that quarter from young Andrew Walker. So, bit of instructional chat from Neil Craig there.
Just while we got you there, Jace, just down, I mean, he's playing out on this wing, Brett Burton. We had the play on of him and, you know, there's a bit of light fisticuffs going on. Is there much niggle out there or is it all show at the moment?
Look, it's been a bit of niggle from them too, especially right from the word go, but as an overall view of the ground, there hasn't been a lot.
And what about Carlton? Was it noticeable at ground level that they dropped away intensity-wise halfway through that quarter?
Look, they did. I think they made the most of their opportunities. I haven't seen the inside 50s, but early on they made the most of when they did go forward. The Crows tended to that latter part of the game, definitely got it in a lot more.
Thanks, mate. 13-9 in favour of Adelaide, the inside 50s, gentlemen. Well, what do we make of that one, that quarter?
Carlton's got to be happy with it.
Yep.
They started well, even though the Adelaide Crows had a good last 10 minutes. At least the Blues know they're competitive, and it's a different world over here in this weather as it was to Optus Oval last week, where they were just blown off the park.
I just have a bad feeling for Carlton in this quarter. First sign that Adelaide are on a roll here. I think they'd be well advised to put the shutters up, the Blues.
Wiggins and Burton resume hostilities. About to come in off the wing. 7-point lead to the Blues to start this second term here at Amy Stadium. And haven't we seen some upsets this year? DeLuca in the ruck. Knocks down a Rasciuto. Captain gets the kick to half forward. Perry's under it. Teague's with him. Perry might gather regardless. Teague's got him. Good tackle. Wrapped it up. Good one. Skipworth wobbles it towards full forward. It's a little offline and thumped across the line by Thornton. And we'll get a ball in. Forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows.
Tough kick for Skipworth, going back there. Was within range, but couldn't get any forward momentum. Boundary throw in, right full forward. Here's the bench for the Blues. Sellout crowd, Amy Stadium. Just hovering under 20 degrees at the moment. Goodwin Taken down, throws it out, must be penalised. Lappin to take the free.
It's almost like Lappin didn't even attempt to go for that ball when it popped up over Goodwin's head. He thought, I'll let him get it, then I'll just put the clamps on him straight away.
Koutafidis, short of the wing. Walker came, got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. It spills across the line.
And as Kuta comes up to this one, Skinny Lappin just waited for him. Now this is where Kuta is dangerous around these. He's very good at winning these boundary line throws because his power, his body power is just so good in these situations.
DeLuca in front, Hudson cleverly into the path of Shirley in the opposite direction though. Tawney took it. Hand passes to Matner. Matner goes long inside the forward 50. Morel comes to the football. It's going to be a free kick out of Perry.
Bit of a judo sling there. He hooked the arm and tried to watch him, and now he brings him across. Flicks him across the body. That's a free all day long. You feel for David Teague. He's not a big guy, but he plays key position. He's playing on Perry at about, what would Perry be, around the 6'3.5", 6'4" mark.
193 centimetres and 98 kilos, and
6'3.5",
187 centimetres and 90 kilos. So giving away 8 kilos and a few centimetres.
I reckon they've measured him in height with the long stops on.
Right behind him, and he tugs it right behind. But Adelaide, in the last few minutes of the opening term and starting this one, getting a lot of the football.
Now that's that conversion we talked about with Adelaide, their inability to kick the goal when it goes inside 50.
Teague's had a big week as well, knocked down by an ex-AFL player in a Melbourne nightclub last weekend. Needed some teeth work done, but he's back and was able to play, and there was fears that he wouldn't be able to play. Stevens kicks to himself from full-back. Chips it wide, and there he is. Teague takes the mark on defensive 50.
And David Teague, the weak part of his game is his kicking, but that's all right. He's a fine short pass. He's not a big long kick of the footy.
Houlihan started the game on the bench, but has started on the field for this second term. Morel. Not a lot of room to move. And now he chips it down the line. Lappin coming hard, can't take the mark. Tawney affected the score, then towed it across the line. Umpire said it was a dribbling ball across, and we'll get a ball in on the outer wing.
Watch it again. No, across the line, I fancy, Durham.
It's got to be fully to the outside.
Oh, you're a stickler for the rules. It's tossed in. Hudson knocks it down. Burton's got it. Floats one towards half forward. Perry comes hard. That's a good grab. Very good mark in the hands there.
I tell you what, Dennis, he's a wonderful player to watch. And when he's got his hands working, he's as an exciting player leading at the footy that's in AFL.
Bassett up from centre half back. No player behind him.
There's a lead by Bok.
Bok will get it alongside the centre circles. Thought about going back to Perry. Now the man wasn't in the contest. That's inexperience. Waite could see what was going to develop, but he got there about 2 steps late after the mark. He could be off the ground again.
Now, and see, Mark Rasciuto, he's walked past Waite and tapped him on the hip, and it wasn't a smarty, you know, cop that, mate. It's like, don't worry about it, mate. It's a half-hearted one that we all get done with occasionally. I just have to say, though, that Lance was next to Bok, and where he marked that ball, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with him, 15 metres back. He actually couldn't chase him on that little lead up. I'm really worried about that matchup of Lance taking him into his Adelaide forward line.
Bok directly in front, going at his second in the silver boots, and he puts a throw. Adelaide making their move.
It's almost tax time, so buy or upgrade now at A&R or flexi rent for a $200 Kmart shopping voucher. Here's a high-powered Pentium 4 with 1 gig of memory, huge hard drive, dual-layer DVD burner, LCD monitor, internet and print copier scanner, all for $17.99. Flexi rent this or anything over $1,800 and receive a $200 Kmart voucher. Now with 6 Superstock stores, there's an A&R near you.
Scores a level, but Adelaide with twice the scoring shots, and those boots are serving him well. He's now got 2, Nathan Bok. Back in the middle in bright sunshine. The Luca up against Hudson. Koutafidis had it, knocked it to Wiggins, caught by Burton. They're still going out, those two. Free kick, play on advantage. Rasciuto to Hart, high kick. Perry's on the move, got it.
There's those hands.
Did you call him before, Dennis, a gorilla?
Grizzly Bear.
That's right, it
Good
was.
kick.
Thompson in the pocket, runs in, looks at the goals, and he misses.
Oh, Tomo.
Just a little too easily. He kicked that like Jeff Thompson bowls. It was well wide.
I don't know, just slightly outside off stump there.
It was wayward. Rodney Marsh had trouble getting a glove on that.
Sometimes they get too much time to think, though, don't they? Get too much time to think, and bad things happen. Yep. Here's Stevens to bring it in, but suddenly Carlton under real pressure. 11 scoring shots to 5, as Dwayne pointed out. Here's Livingston.
They are. They're 1 point up, and they are playing like a 10-goal better team at the moment, Adelaide.
Kurtafidi. So Carlton just need to steady here. Over the top, Houlihan.
Very static.
Early going second term, Sunday afternoon football. Houlihan from half-back, kicks beyond the wing. In front was Hart, had it knocked away. McLeod, brilliantly done, into the path of the running Matner. Matner goes down, still inside the centre square. Skipworth on the overlap. Hart got a goal last week, runs to 50. Lines up, has he got the carry? Wow, interesting in the square. Umpire says all clear. They've got the last 3.
Value-packed special edition Storm Ute, the ultimate ride.
How did you see the grapple, Dern?
That's as good as a back slam.
Well, if you're not going to pay that, then you're not going to pay anything, are you? It's the old roller game.
The only thing he didn't do was suplex him. Dennis.
Yes.
Did he push back into him, though?
Oh, he did. He could have even applied the figure 4 leg lock then, and he still would have gone unnoticed.
Kurtafidis to Stevens, caught by Thompson. Umpire does say holding the ball. It took a while.
But it is danger time right now. Right now we're looking at a quick 5, 6, 7 goals here by Adelaide, unless Carlton can really nail down here. This is the most dangerous time of this game, is right now for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Scott Thompson spears the pass. McGregor thought he was going to get it. Kurtafidis got a fingernail on it. Whitnell, Carazzo. From centre half back, wide, hoping for weight with Impok. Good spoil. Boundary line might be the sanctuary. And it is taken across by Williams in the end. We'll get a ball in. Jason McCarthy, he's on the boundary line.
Yeah, Dwayne, what they're trying to do with Whitnell now is push him to the wing on Matner. I think it's about time. Big Lance just stayed at centre forward, and it's time for him to really stand up.
Boundary throw in. Other side wing then. Hudson has done very well. Got a fist on that one. Almost worth a kick. Goodwin juggles it across the line. They gain about 25 metres. Hudson getting the better of the ruck work now. Carlton saw French this afternoon. That's for our bilingual viewers. Hudson locks up with DeLuca. Fell behind. Goodwin gets it away to Shirley. Shirley sends one well inside the forward 50. Up comes Morrell. Carlton, can they build from the back? Stevens into the path of Lappin. Lappin eventually controls the footy. Eyeball to eyeball with Matner now, though. Got boots of ball. Will it stay in? Betts will be the first to arrive. Can't keep it in. Throw in. Adelaide lead by 7. And the game, for the moment at least, being played in one half.
Blues ended this quarter leading by 7 themselves. Ball back into play. DeLuca going to have to ruck all day by the looks of it. Could have taken that, but slapped it to Kurtafidis. The captain to the wing. Coming hard, Lance. 1-2, not the third grab, boundary line, and we'll get a ball in.
Looks like David Teague has moved away from Ian Perry for the moment, and Thornton has been moved onto him. Just running up to the 50 line on the top right-hand corner.
Carlton's last score, 17 minutes into the opening term. Ball back into play. A tie-up, a couple of crows. Get the ball in, and Camporelli not going anywhere, has to dish it up with the umpire, but they haven't been inside 50 all that often in this term, the Blues. Doughty, Jericho, Biglands and Riley on the bench for the Crows at the moment.
Knocked forward this time by Hart. He was the fourth man up. Goodwin pulls it back towards the middle. He'll get there first. Maybe on the bounce, McGregor. Juggles it. Slick hands. Tawney. He snaps at goal and misses. They've got the appetite for it, though, the Crows. Plenty of run. Just not the accuracy. 4-9 plays 4-1.
It's nice for Neil Craig, isn't it, when you can rest someone like McLeod. That's got to hurt.
Thornton got the free and just as well, because that loose ball was surrounded by Crows. Lappin comes short. Teague forward of half back, kicks towards half forward. Favola had it knocked away by Rutten. Favola goes again, attracts a crowd, taken down, spills. Pentic did well. Lappin, Camporelli, strong tackle, back to Lappin, charged down by Matner, gathered by Goodwin, got it away. Hudson lays it back to Bassett. Bassett's kick, not the best one in the world, needed it to run on to Welsh. Well, Welsh did pretty well, came up to meet it, stifled Thornton's hand pass comes out at the pack then from Carazzo. On the outer side, Morrell spots Camporelli, and Camporelli will hold up. Carazzo just forward of the wing, coming up on the lead. Stevens couldn't control it. Tawney, Burton, now Hart.
Good support.
Tawney once more. Shirley goes forward with a handball, and Goodwin's away.
Looks up. He's got a couple of one-on-ones. The Perry one-on-one is the one he wants. Thornton held him. Perry's free on 50.
Wasn't that great support running from Adelaide out of defensive 50 then? That's as good as it gets when you get back up running.
Perry just tossing up whether he can make the distance or not.
Yeah, well, you should have a go. These are the ones where you don't get too hard on yourself if you miss it. He's probably going to get the journey. Come on, Pez, have a crack at it, son.
Next teammate Wayne Carey and ex-South Australian Steve Kernahan in the Carlton box, plotting his demise today in Perry. That kick drops short. Morrell, Lappin goes backwards from one pocket to the other.
Well, where next?
Camporelli looks up. He has Morrell again, and he takes the mark at centre half back. But again, Adelaide Crows form a wall, and Morrell is held up.
Copped a very hard knock last week, Digby Morrell. A knee from a teammate, Lance Whitnell. Eventually just pops it to Carazzo. Midway between the lines, half back and centre wing. Goes out wide. Thornton coming up. A lack of torque there. Thornton tries to go back to his teammate Houlihan. Between the pair of them, they work it out okay. Houlihan goes down towards right half forward. Penetrating kick and a good one.
Well done, Brendan. He saw that Koutafidis took a bit of heat, came and led inboard down the centre, and that took a couple of players with him, so he went into the opposite direction. One of the great secrets about playing key forward position is keep an eye on your teammates and lead in the opposite direction of them, because they will invariably take the eye line, the eyesight of players who zone off.
Brendan Favola, 20 goals for this season, including 4 on this ground round, 4 against Port. Best effort against Adelaide, 7. Round 11 last season. A terrific victory. No easy kick from here. Kicks from 45. Rides it with some body English off the boot and just missed.
A good shape on it.
Hard to get them from out there. Margin 7 points. Hart quickly in. And Rutten's away. Nobody near him. He'll have about 4 bounces if he likes. Decides after 2 to release the ball. McLeod hasn't seen a lot of it this afternoon. Dropped the mark. Stevens pushed off it by Shirley. Now the Crows are up and running. Goodwin lost the football. Tried to crash through. Stevens has got it. Gets a hand pass away. McGrath. Now Thornton. And Carlton have to hesitate momentarily. Nothing up ahead. Was forced to come back. Intended for Favola. Goodwin over the top to Thompson. McGrath did well.
Caught him. Burton flies through the Birdman. Is it backwards? Chip kick pretty good. And it hits Goodwin. Far away. McLeod on 50. Can't take the mark. Perry. Maybe too far out to score. Goes with a centering ball. Bassett. All the way down from fullback, takes the mark.
He'll want to give off here. He should play on and swing on to the left and use the umpire as a shield here, because there's a set shot. He's a very small percentage chance.
Having said that, I've probably reverse stood on the mark for him, Dennis.
The reverse psychology.
Yes.
Kicked 2 goals this season and 21 goals from 136 games. Nathan Bassett spent some time at Melbourne's reserves.
Yep. Remember the year he came out with purple hair?
Don't remember
3 or
that.
4 years ago. What's the bet he kicks a helicopter here? It'll start spinning parallel to the ground.
That's what he has in front of him. From 50, not bad, coming back on the line, kick around the body, McGregor touched, only a behind.
Well, we definitely know his range now.
Yeah, but does he? He's got the instincts of a goal kicker now. A goal against the Western Bulldogs round 5 and against Melbourne round 7, so it's a partial role as a trend developing. Dangerous and odd-numbered rounds. McGrath comes out wide, finds Morrell. Unfortunately, this is round 10. He goes up towards the wing. Simpson takes it. Whoops. Looked away as he bounced the football. And 2 Crows came and escorted him across the boundary. Good one applying the tackle, but Simpson, fatal mistake, just looking up as he was bouncing the ball.
Well, isn't that... he would be thinking, gee, this league footy thing, I went for a bounce, and the next moment there was 2 players on me.
Bach to Matner. The look-away bounce is a dangerous commodity as the ball comes beyond the wing, taken by Tawney, goes to Doughty back on the ground. Well, perhaps for the first time on the ground. He was very good last week in the 2nd and 3rd terms. Up forward, the ball's out of bounds. I don't think he's been on before, so on the ground for the first time this afternoon, Doughty. And Rashudo takes a seat.
I tell you what, the look-away handball, in all essence of the word truth as well, is a dangerous thing to perform also.
Stevens, Thornton kicking towards half forward. Whitnell.
Favolas got a 1-on-2. He puts it out in front, though, to high, big leap, unable to take the mark. Clark started on the bench, game 100 for him. Ball still in dispute. Carazzo hasn't got any handball options. Throws it out, but it's all Crows, although it bounces kindly for weight. Stevens, Carazzo, Doughty came hard. Ball tied up, and we'll get a ball up inside 50 for the Blues. Michael Doughty dives in. He fractured his eye socket last year, so every time he does that, people must have their hearts in their mouths that he'll do something similar. Good commitment. Prendergast doing the ruck work now for the Blues. Bach takes it out. Shirley, half-back flank. Wants to play on immediately. Riley's running for him. Down the outer side, he's held up. Looks up. Chip kick, hoping for Perry. Gets there just in time.
Geez, a good target at centre forward this quarter.
He was looking for Tawney quickly. Kick smothered. Back to Perry. He'll get 2 stats out of this. Chips it back and now hits Tawney. They've been free all that time. Tawney, can he make the distance?
Just needed to stooge it to get a little bit closer to him.
And he goes looking for Matner. They might juggle it here. Doughty and Matner, they share it. That's kind. Matner inside 50, and he's missed. Only a behind.
And had Matner marked the ball first from that range, he probably was a fair chance with a set shot. Yes. No, we won't. I don't think they'll be worrying about that Schwabby during the week, that one.
Under the AFL's new guidelines, that'll be worth about 3 points.
McGrath kicks in towards the outer side. Off hands, this is Jericho. 70 metres from goal. Back towards full forward. Leap from behind McGrath. Left his man on the deck. Welsh gets a hand pass away to Edwards, who should score from here and does.
Great snap.
Well, if you come to that pack, you've got to punch it forward and hard.
Hungry Jack's where it's at.
The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper.
I like that.
100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings.
Love it at Hungry Jack's.
The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. Heard about Kev? No. Rumour has it he's never done it.
Really?
Not interested, apparently.
Must be a genetic thing.
If you haven't played Keno, you don't know what you're missing. Keno, win it by the minute.
Half-time can't come quick enough for that man, Dennis Pagan. Adelaide the last 4 goals. We're into time on now, second term. Big one's in the ruck, but the ball knocked down to Bentic. Koutoufidis got it away to Camporelli. Half forward, off hands, Clark. High, Favola. He gets held back, Favola, and coming in and taking the mark is Lappin, and he'll have a shot.
One of the few boys who could hold his head up last week, kicked a few goals. Who's got the early drop now? That's a clever mark, isn't it? Jumping up and making sure that puts his rump up in front of the eye line of Tawney there. So that takes away his ability to jump and match Lappin for the spoil.
Protected that drop zone.
Yep.
The famous football family from Chilton. 8 family members one year played in a premiership team at Chilton. And he drive this one through, and Carlton still a chance at half-time to snatch the lead.
Discover Adam Internet's next generation broadband and get true high-performance internet at the same price as our competitors. Up to 90 times faster than standard broadband at no extra cost. 90 times faster at no extra cost. Don't get locked into obsolete technology. Adam Internet. More speed, more data, no contract. Discover next generation broadband. Sign up online at adam.com.au.
So the margin 9 points. At quarter time, Carlton led by 7. Adelaide have not kicked straight, as you can see. 5-11, 5-2. Carlton still around the mark. I'll be happy with that scoreline. Prendergast being asked to do a lot. He's the ruckman this afternoon when DeLuca takes a break. Dennis Pagan on the phone. His 13th season. Given the results in the month of May, has reason to be superstitious. There goes the kick with the outside of the boot. Down towards half forward from Riley. Stevens gathers. Runs away from Shirley, has gone a fair way too, comes back to the middle, and Morrell takes the mark inside his defensive 50. Has men on the broadcast side of the ground, one of whom is Walker. Has a couple of bounces, carries it up towards the wing, looks down towards half forward. Houlihan will need to go here. Bassett got hands to it, fell behind. Matner bursts away up towards midfield. Not a good kick though. Ricochets off McGrath. Koutoufidis eventually picks it up. Oh, well taken by Camporelli. That was hard and high. Camporelli towards half forward. Up comes Whitnell. Just slips it away to Favola. Gives a Shepherd. Favola pops it to the pocket. Houlihan moments ago on this side of the ground. So a reward for hard running. Sees him bob up with the football in the right full forward pocket.
Just while we wait for him to line it up, Jason, it looks like Whitnell is staying at home and just keeping Bock well inside his own defensive half this quarter, late this quarter.
Yeah, that's what's definitely happening now, Dermot. He's a stay at home. It was a bit of a waste, really, putting him up on the wing. What's happened, though, Digby Morrell is probably playing that role that Lance was earlier and probably playing it more effectively.
Houlihan, 5 goals for this season. Sweetly talented player. This is not beyond him. As we said with Favola earlier, difficult pocket for a right footer, and he has done what Favola did before him. Just a little bit thin on the kick. Misses to the near side. Not by much, although the crowd suggesting it may have gone out of bounds before it crossed the scoring line.
They're suggesting it hit the post.
Which one? The behind post?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Hart. Goal scorer this afternoon. Edwards. Inside 4 minutes to half-time. Prendergast. Didn't take the mark. Gathers his own crumb. McGrath. Now Morrell looks up. Favola's on the move. Got it.
Always going to be a chance then, because the zone had been set up. It meant that Tyson Edwards had to chase him out. Let's have a look at this. Let's look for a deflection off the left-hand side of this post. Oh, I tell you what. There's a bit in that.
Hard to tell from that shot.
You don't reckon the ball actually changed its...
I'm not too sure the third umpire would be necessarily be able to make a 100% call on that.
Oh, come on, mate. Throw something in there, will you?
Favola lines them up. Big kick this, 3 minutes to half-time. His mother used to watch all of his games from the cheer squad with the Carlton cheer squad. She can't anymore. Can't handle the abuse that the Carlton fans throw at him. She now sits on her own. Lines this up, 45-degree angle, and this will bring the cheer squad to their feet. It's his close. Starts it right, and it is his pocket. He's got two. Carlton has hope.
If you're buying a pillow tomorrow, ignore the marked price.
Yeah, ignore the marked prices on premium feather and down pillows.
If you're buying a pillow tomorrow, ignore the marked price.
$30 100% goose feather pillows, $9.95. $80 50% goose down pillows, $39.95.
Our best deal ever.
$100 100% duck down pillows, $49.95.
Pillows Direct.
And $160 100% goose down pillows, $59.95. $59.95.
You can now buy your pillows direct.
So very much against the run of play. Carlton have got the last 2 goals. Adelaide got the previous 4. Tight game again, back to 2 points. Umpire McBurney bounces it. Biglands beaten by Prendergast. Well done. Into the path of Koutafidis. Could have been held. Houlihan had it go through his legs. Biglands at close quarters to Skipworth. In trouble, Goodwin. Flicks it across to Matner. Bentic got him. Matner crawls after the football. Camporelli stood his ground. And eventually the umpire forced a call for it again. So just over 2 minutes till half-time. And full credit to Carlton. They could have gone meekly, but they have not. They've dug in and they've come back after getting the fast start at the beginning of the game. Up goes Wiggins, stumped it down. Matner's kick to half forward. In fact, it was Skipworth who got the quick kick away. Is marked by Stevens. Stevens beyond the wing once more. Watt was up at the back, knocked it down. Matner gave it to Rutten, to Rashudo. Now McGregor just forward of the wing, squeezes a kick down towards right half forward. Thornton comes across on the angle, not required. It bounces away from him and goes out of bounds.
Jason, you saw that down there. Ken McGregor, they were trying to get him off for about a minute, but he was just so reluctant, thought I can get one more possession here.
He read it well. He knew he could get another touch, and Big Hudson straight back on the ruck. They're pretty good round these stoppages, Dermot.
That's right, 23-8 favouring Adelaide. Not this time, though. Well, maybe. Still time. No. Just another chance of a stat here because it's tied up 23-8 favouring Adelaide.
He called that against the Tide, the 2 Carlton goals. It just shows you what key forwards or a forward with creativity can do. Adelaide control the quarter, and although they kicked 4 or 5 in a row before Carlton's resurgence.
Thompson, kick across the face. Welsh can't get there, and it's out of bounds on the full. Free kick will go to Teague, and you get the sense that Carlton will be pretty happy to go in at half-time with this scoreline.
This one, he'll hold this one up. Just the point I was about to make on the end of that sentence was, what would someone like Brendan Favola be worth to play in Adelaide Crow colours?
Livingston, Prendergast, Walker.
They can't convert the Crows. Well, they've got some talent up there. Perry's hands, and Welsh is creative at ground level for a key position player. But a player like Favola, it is exactly what the Adelaide Crows will be screaming out for.
Well, it might happen. He's out of contract end of the year, and he said, who knows, strange things happen in footy. And a free kick will go to the Adelaide Crows there. And it's 50, and that might bring them within range.
He's already just looked at the bench then, Brendan. I wonder if he thought to himself, no need to tell me, Dennis, do you want me to run straight there? That's the knee, and lands on him. That's the free.
I think he confused him, Derm.
Yeah.
He thinks he's playing for the Crows.
Oh, he's a super player. He's a wonderful character for league footy. That's the 50.
Bassett, he too far out to score, played on, went to Hart. They're trying to get to the open side. Hart plays on, 30 seconds remaining. Morrell, big thump. Boundary line could be the sanctuary for Thornton here. Looks up, keeps it alive. McGrath, 20 seconds and counting. Camporelli wobbles the ball dangerously towards Koutafidis. He's got it, they've got him. Nice tackle, Riley. Bentic picks it up. Maybe a Carlton score. Whitnell's got it. He's only got Betts inside 50 with 3 to beat. Little Eddie Betts dishes up the handball instead to Stevens. Now towards full forward. Lappin's there. How will it bounce?
That'll count.
It'll count for a behind, and it's a 1-point ball game at the main break. 41 plays 40, and the Blues would have to be happy with their first half's work.
Oh, absolutely. They were comprehensively beaten for the duration of that quarter, but they came back with a couple of late goals, and at half-time they only find themselves 1 solitary point down. It's the Adelaide Crows, 5-11-41. Carlton, 6-4-40.
National 9 Newsbreak, brought to you by the Nissan Drive to a Million. At your Nissan dealer now.
Good afternoon. A Seacombe Heights family has been attacked and savagely bashed in their home. It happened at 4 o'clock this morning. A middle-aged couple and their teenage boy suffered serious head injuries, possibly inflicted by a hammer. A man surrendered himself to police about an hour later. We'll have more on that story for you in National 9 News, brought to you at the special time of 7 o'clock tonight. And also in tonight's bulletin, renewed speculation that Douglas Wood's Iraqi kidnappers may be about to release him. Details, 7 o'clock, National 9 News.
Local? Yeah, we're local.
For many years on Channel 9, the King Graham Kennedy entertained Australia. Now we farewell a friend with a fitting tribute. Graham Kennedy's memorial service. Full live coverage Tuesday morning from 10:30 on 9.
Subway Restaurants introduces new fresh toasted subs, like the fresh toasted chicken and bacon ranch sub, toasted top to bottom and all the way through on our freshly baked bread. A great new taste no one can resist. That's our sub.
Dude, you gotta stop doing that.
Subway Restaurant's new fresh toasted chicken and bacon ranch sub. Toasting brings out a great new taste. Great for dinner or anytime.
I just want to look at it.
Subway, eat fresh.
So you talk to Sydney for a quote, Brisbane to put a claim in, then Melbourne to get them to pay it. I don't know what state my insurance is in, Trev. I don't. Help me, Trev.
Don't miss Australia's best alternative weekend, the Body, Mind and Psychic Expo. It's a weekend of fun and learning with continuous workshops featuring alternative health and natural remedies, psychic mediums, learn how to read a crystal ball. And for the kids, come dressed for the fairy workshops. There are hundreds of product stalls, tarot readers, palmists, astrologers and entertainment. June 4th and 5th at the Royal Adelaide Showground. Proudly supported by Channel 9.
Okay, who wants to go on a holiday? Get your bids in right now. Congratulations!
Yes, it's travel auction time. Your chance to plan that escape right now at only the price you choose to pay. And the top 50 bidders, whatever you bid, will be successful. The Kumiala Club features superb leisure facilities, including a golf course, only 15 minutes from Mildura and a stone's throw from the Murray. And our package includes 3 nights accommodation at the Kumiala Club Resort, Danton, with breakfasts, dinner and discounts on river cruises and on entries into the Old Wentworth Jail, Orange World and Gold Fisheries. And choose to travel during selected months? Happy to give you an extra night absolutely free. Normally $302 for a couple. Today, what's your bid? $275, $250? Bid something. If your bid is successful, a whole year to travel and conditions including a weekend surcharge applies. Come on, that's up to 4 nights in Sunraysia with breakfast, dinner and a swag full of terrific discount offers. $302 our price. What's yours? 1300 65 65 73.
Half-time here at Amy Stadium, and it is 1 point to the Adelaide Crows. The 1 point margin there, 5-11-41. Carlton 6-4-40. They've kicked more goals, Carlton, but they're down, albeit by a point then.
And the Crows having trouble establishing a forward. Nathan Box bitted a couple. Edwards, Hart and Shirley, the other goal scorers. Favola got the first goal of the game. He's got 2. They kicked more accurately, but they trail by a point at half-time. The Blues with a bit of work to do, but it's heartening for them, I'm sure.
I think if they said to themselves at the start of the game, if you come in at half-time and you're 1 point down and Adelaide play the better footy for the majority of the half, you'll be very, very happy. Something to work on. So they came out and Brendan Favola got the first one on the board.
Lappin gave it to him. Now, this is interesting. Lappin, I think, realises the importance of Favola in all of this. Wants to give him an early touch and a goal, and Favola puts it through. Smart by Lappin.
Absolutely, and the good thing was too, for a key forward, he ran alongside onto the ball, worked hard to get it. It wasn't a marked lead situation, so it was one to pump up the stats there. Koutafidis was fantastic, able to find the ball. Second snap across the body there, goes into Stevens, who'd pushed forward, lost his man, his opponent, and found the footy.
So they got the fast start, they got the opening 3 goals, the Blues. Favola got more than he bargained for there. Stevens, plenty of the football. I thought Camporelli was their best midfielder, certainly in the opening term, and Whitnell gets a free kick. and slots the goal, but generally has had some difficult times, Lance Whitnell, this afternoon.
He has. He's basically -1. His opponent, Bock, the centre-half back, has kicked 2 and Lance has got 1. That was a very clever mark. As I say, 2 scungy kicks forward, but they were ball winning out of the pressure.
Even when he spreads himself, he's thin. But he spread himself.
He did. He just showed his bony butt to his opponent and he couldn't get past it. But they came back pretty strong. They only won about 6 or 7 minutes of that second quarter, yet they were able to put a couple of goals on the board, which got them to that 1-point margin. They're only adrift by 1 point. Now, sorry, Dan?
That was a great kick, wasn't it?
Oh, fantastic.
That's his spot for Voller on the side of the ground, the broadcast side. He can bend it back beautifully.
He is a massive hit of the footy. Let's have a look at Adelaide, how they went about it in the first quarter. They're a poor conversion team. They get the ball in there. Well, once again today, they've had 28 inside 50 entries, and they've only kicked the 5 goals.
By all the barometers, I mean, they should be braining them, shouldn't they? You look at inside 50s, clearances, such a disparity there, but they're not. Carlton in this game.
Well, they are poor kickers of the footy. I mean, as I said, I love watching Ian Perry. His hands are magnificent, but he gives you a journey every time he lines up the big sticks, doesn't he? But they find it here. Now, there's Lance Whitnell's opponent. Bock again gets his second for the match with that one.
Yeah, well, Bock has been terrific for them, an emerging player, really, when you think back to the job he did last week against the Saints, closed down Nick Revolt, and this afternoon suddenly Bob's up on the forward line kicking goals, so they'd be heartened by that. And Waite, that was a bad mistake. Watch Rashudo here. Well, we didn't see him go across and just tap Waite on the back there, and there was no niggle in it at all. It was just terrific to see that a veteran, a top player like Rashudo, understood the pain that Waite was going through for making what was a mental error.
It was, and yeah, I thought that as well. I thought it was fantastic sportsmanship, not gamesmanship, that he went over and said, look, we've all done that, mate. You've been stiff there, but keep your chin up. And I mean, that's the kind of bloke that Rashudo is. He'll knock your head off one moment and then shake your hand the next, and that's he's a wonderful player.
You get respect and you get love around the competition for that sort of stuff, and a bit of fear. Not for the tap on the back, but all of those ingredients are there. You understand them perfectly.
Oh, absolutely. A little bit of love goes a long way, Dennis. It's the Adelaide Crows by 1 point. We'll be back with the second half of the halftime break after this.
Good on you, Durham.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, 3 people badly hurt in a brutal home invasion. Chappelle Corby's family fears she may attempt suicide, and why the political honeymoon may be over for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Local? Yeah, we're local.
Exclusive from Bali. 60 Minutes is there. And intimate confessions of Jane Fonda.
Whatever you want, honey.
Tonight on 60 Minutes. Kids convicted as adults.
It's a terrible moment.
Growing up behind bars for just one mistake.
The life sentence is just hitting me.
Is the hardline approach really working? Real Crime follows CSI New York Tuesday on 9.
Time is running out for your bid in today's travel auction. Make sure you're one of the top 50 bidders for our package, because it takes us 15 minutes from Mildura to Dareton on the Murray and includes up to 4 nights accommodation at the Kumiala Club Resort with breakfast, dinner and a swag full of terrific local discount offers. Normally $302 for a couple. Ring now, bid what you want to pay. Right, name your own price, and if you're successful, you've got a year to travel. Some conditions apply. 1300 65 65 73.
Okay, I know some ads are hard to believe, but Albert here has dreamed up a Holden factory bonus that you literally cannot live without. Air! Yep, this Rodeo 4x2 cab chassis from $15,990 and the 4x4 cab chassis from $26,990, both with air conditioning. Albert, you're a genius. No wonder Holden means a great deal to Australia.
Radio Rentals is making a big splash! Buy a new widescreen plasma or LCD TV with a massive 4 years interest-free. Splash out in a new lounge, dining suite or bed with 4 years interest-free. Or dive in and grab a new big brand fridge with 4 years interest-free. With a massive 4 years interest-free at SA's biggest electrical retailer, why would you shop anywhere else? But you can only dive into Radio Rentals' Big Wash sale for a limited time. Now that's big!
9:30 Wednesday.
I have a very bad back. That's much better. Very hard.
Another night of perfectly executed comedy.
That's much better.
The brand new series.
Sensational! Kids are quiet. Oh, they're inside watching the Wiggles.
Every Australian's dying to see.
She's not going to die. No one dies on my ward.
We're in the paediatrics ward now, Doctor.
Oh, OK, she can die now.
Comedy Inc.'s all-new series, 9:30 Wednesday on 9. The Toyota AFL season brought to you by our telecast sponsors A&R Computers, Midas Car Care and Industry Super Funds.
Here we are at Amy Stadium as Jeff Buckley comes through loud and clear as the Adelaide Crows by 1.5, 11-41 to Carlton. 6-4-40, the multiple goal kickers, Bock 2 and Favola for Carlton 2 each as well. Well, talking about memorable moments, this first half has been fantastic, but in 1989 we had the memorable moment where the great Gary Ablett kicked 9 goals, and last week's memorable moments competition was won by that moment with Ablett kicking 9 goals. A wonderful moment in history there. Now, here is week 8 of our AFL Toyota Memorable Moments.
The AFL has a long and rich history of over 100 years. Now, the AFL is giving you the chance to vote on the most memorable moment in the history of the game. Over the next 15 weeks, the top 45 moments will be revealed. Each week, 3 moments will be presented for voting. Here are this week's 3 nominations for the Toyota AFL Most Memorable Moment. In one of those quirky little moves that Kevin Sheedy delights in, the Bombers made history in round 22 of 1990. The newspapers of the day announced Essendon's 4 Danaher brothers would line up against St Kilda, all in key positions and all together in the one AFL side for the first and only time. There would be fullback Anthony in game 182, dual premiership captain Terry at centre-half forward in game 288, 24-year-old Chris in the centre in game 10, and at full forward, the bloke Sheedy reckons could have been the best of them all, the injury-plagued Neil in his 82nd and final game. The only time 4 siblings had lined up together in 94 years of VFL football produced few surprises. The top side in the competition thumped St Kilda at Moorabbin. St Kilda's victory over Collingwood at Victoria Park in the 4th round of the 1993 season would have a significant encore. Delighted with his side's fighting win, but riled by the racial abuse hurled his way from the crowd, St Kilda's Nicky Winmar staged his own one-man demonstration. As this famous photo shows so poignantly, Winmar lifted his red, white and black jumper and pointed to his body. He was black and proud of it. The AFL was trying to get its message across also, the league taking measures to stamp out racial vilification. Winmar's stand getting to the very crux of its campaign. It was a battle of mind over body, a battle of wills that defied medical advice and perhaps common sense. In round 11 2003, Jason McCartney played the game of football he felt he had to play.
I was really just keen first to get out there, make sure we won, but I wanted to play a part. I never wanted to be clapped and cheered onto the ground and not have done something to help us get across the line.
The North Melbourne forward had been horrifically burned in the terrorist attack on the Sari nightclub in Bali, which had left nearly 200 people dead the previous year. With pressure bandages protecting skin grafts, McCartney would make one courageous farewell. Against Richmond at the Docklands, he would receive a hero's welcome, kick a telling goal in the Kangaroos' 3-point win, and then make an emotional departure.
Fairy tales do come true.
As he left the field, he announced that game number 182 would be his last.
I find it fitting now that I'll hang the boots up as of tonight and go out on a great note. Because I'm spent. It's been a tough time, but that's enough for me, mate.
There was barely a dry eye in the stadium.
It was hard and it was painful, but it was well worthwhile in the end.
Now, here's what you do next. Register at afl.com.au and SMS your name and either A, B or C to 194499 to vote on this week's Toyota AFL Memorable Moment. There are great prizes on offer, including a truly memorable week-long 2005 Toyota AFL Grand Final package. Be watching next week to see the winning moment from this week's nominations.
And what a selection you have to go through this week for Most Memorable Moments competition. Well done there, Jace. He's down on the boundary line with us today. And if you want to view those again and all the details, go to afl.com.au. Well, at Telstra Dome, it is Essendon and the Western Bulldogs. If you want to catch a replay of that game a little bit later on, so you don't want to know the scores now, look away. Crows by a point here at Amy Stadium. The second half coming up after the break.
National 9 Newsbreak, brought to you by the Nissan Drive to a Million. At your Nissan dealer now.
Good afternoon. Police are interviewing a man who turned himself in shortly after a vicious home invasion in Adelaide South this morning. A middle-aged couple and a teenage boy suffered serious head injuries in the Seacombe Heights attack. It's believed they were bashed with a hammer. More on that story in the news tonight, which we will bring you at the later time of 7 o'clock. And why Chappelle Corby's best chance of freedom now seems to be a presidential pardon. Join us, the top stories tonight at the special time of 7 o'clock.
Local? Yeah, we're local.
The buzzer is back. Ed Phillips, Lavinia Nixon, Temptation, the new sound of the century, 7 o'clock Monday on 9.
It's the perfect getaway as we take you to the most beautiful places on the planet.
So exciting.
Getaways Great Journeys of the World, Thursday on 9.
Hi, I'm Carol. As owner of Profile Wardrobes, I can assure that we help our customers make the best possible choices when selecting wardrobes for their home. That we turn up on time to give our free measuring quote. That you can see and try the large range of styles and features that make your Profile wardrobe unique. I ensure that quality and value are built into every Profile wardrobe. Call us now at Profile for what's on special this month.
So you talk to Sydney for a quote, Brisbane to put a claim in, then Melbourne to get them to pay it. I don't know what state my insurance is in, Trev. I don't. Help me, Trev.
Experience the new BMW 3 Series, the driving force.
Enjoyment should last longer, and with pods, loads of crunchy wafer cups with delicious Snickers filling, it will.
Hungry Jack's where it's at.
The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper.
I like that.
100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings.
Love it at Hungry Jack's.
The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
In New York City, the pace is fast, the stakes are high, and the competition vicious. For the best in show, when a dog trainer takes her final bow wow, it's a rough case. To give the most dogged investigator pause. But are they barking up the wrong tree?
Some days you're the dog, some days you're the hydrant.
CSI New York, 9:30 Tuesday on 9.
Bright sunny days, Sunday football in Adelaide. The margin just 1 point after Adelaide trailed by 7 points at quarter time, then proceeded to boot the first 4 goals of the second quarter. But Carlton, give them their due. They came back close to half time. Players back on the ground as we go down to Jason McCartney, and he's talking with Neil Craig.
Craigie had plenty of the footy, haven't been able to put them away.
Oh, no, it won't be a matter of putting them away, Jason. Not with the way the game's going. I mean, it's got huge wall of numbers to get back, so it won't be a matter of that. It'll just be both sides, who's going to be able to do it just a little bit better, get inside 50.
And you've struggled with those numbers back to just find that key forward target. Perry presented well, but hasn't scored goals.
Yeah, no, we just got to do it better from the midfield. We just got to be smarter, just be more patient about coming rather than just the bomb. I mean, that's just not what we're after at all.
Thanks, Neil. Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Neil Craig, media friendly. And these numbers, when you break them down, certainly Adelaide should be further in front. Clearances 23-8. The inside 50s, which aren't shown there, favouring them decisively as well.
And the hit-outs to advantage, it's an amazing 11-1, which gives you the indication as to how good a game Ben Hudson's playing and how much Carlton missed the man who was a late withdrawal, Barnaby French.
Yeah, I was saying to Dermot at half-time, Hudson is a throwback, really. He is very deft with his hands, just directing it down into the path of his teammates. There's Skipworth, who's off the ground. He'll start on the bench and doesn't look all that happy. We might get an update on Hayden Skipworth, but the start of the second half, point the difference. Adelaide on top, but barely. Carlton have been brave so far.
That was a look of resignation on Hayden
Yes,
Skipworth.
it was. Brave doesn't pay the bills, though. Second half, away we go. McBurney, Grun and Hendry, the umpires. There's Hudson up, and again laying it down. Shirley got an unkind bounce, stolen away by Stevens. Out wide, Carrazzo pushing up towards the wing, goes towards half forward. Babola comes a long way up the ground and takes a very good tumbling mark. On his knees to Lappin. Lappin 80 metres from goal, pulls it back towards the pocket. Whitnell, one hand to it, will get the free. Bock can't believe it. Whitnell making the play, though. He was in front. Bock was hanging on, according to the umpire, who was only about 20 metres away. Well, barely hanging on. Their arms got intertwined, and the umpire thought that Bock was the man who was breaking the rules. Whitnell comes in, and a sense of fair play kicks it directly out of bounds on the full.
As they do in soccer, when they're not quite sure if the player's hurt or not, whack it out of play.
How would you know in soccer?
Thompson. From the back pocket. Carlton had a good start to this game, but in Adelaide that's really owned it since then, even though the scoreboard doesn't tell that story. Rasciuto, long bouncing ball on the wing. Bounces unkindly for Hudson and Prendergast. Perry. Edwards out of play, and we'll get a ball in.
Lost his radar, didn't he? He had time to stay in, but just walked across the line.
So there is that Adelaide bench. Skipworth, Tawney, Biglands and Jericho. And if Skipworth is out of action due to injury, it would be sad. He's an amazing comeback story. Drafted in 2000, 5 games in 2001, delisted in 2002, rookie listed in 2003, now back in form in 2004. Wiggins, Betts, Simpson and DeLuca the bench for the Blues. Hudson a little palm. Carrazzo stole it, gave it to Stevens, kicks to Favola at half forward. Will it get to him? Waite thought he had it, and Favola keeps it alive, and Hart's pretty happy about it. Chip kick to Doughty. Handball is good to Shirley, and they're on to the open side here, Adelaide. Depends on what Bock does with this. Morell's waiting for it if he kicks it long. He's had 3 bounces. Looks up, does kick long. It's over Morell's head to Welsh. Magnificent play. He's only played, well, this is his 21st game, Nathan Bock, but showed some poise there.
And watch Brendan, just a little snick off the inside.
Got a stat?
Lands on the line.
The stat, Dermot?
Oh, I don't think it actually went anywhere, so you couldn't say it registers, would you?
Ineffective kick. Welsh.
You're going to fight me on that one, aren't you?
36 goals, 25 last year. And 5 goals, 2 last week against St Kilda. Lines them up. And coming hard, Walker chopped it off. And a few Carlton players realised they were too far back. He couldn't kick it that far. Welsh to behind. They're out to a 2-point lead.
And you've got to feel for Lance Whitnell. He was chasing Bock out there, but so often now it's happening. And a real problem for the Carlton coaching staff, particularly on a big round like this one.
Yeah, they've started him right in the goal square at the start of this quarter. They take him as far away from the danger zone.
Koutafidis got it from Stevens. 14 possessions now for Anthony Koutafidis on the other side. Prendergast comes up, takes the mark, plays on immediately. Goes down towards the half-forward line. In front, Whitnell will get another free kick. A hand over the shoulder that time.
That's his 3rd free kick in the contest today.
Stevens now off the ball. It's going against Bentic, is it? I think so. He was trying to shepherd, may have grabbed hold of a Adelaide jumper. Shirley's got the football in any case. Inside the centre square. Stuttering start to the second half, but the game very much in the balance.
Got some players side on.
Goes backwards. Bassett. Hudson. One sock up, one sock down. Has a bounce. Goes beyond the wing. Short. Oof. Stretching hard. Now they've opened it up. Riley right on the 50. Showed too much of it to Camporelli. And that's a clever kick into the path of Lappin. Will he get there first? No. Hudson came across on the angle. Did enough. Took him to ground. Now Hart under the pump. Back to Goodwin. Runs beyond the wing. Kicks inside the forward 50. Going back with courage. Clark's built the mark. Taken high by Burton. Welsh taken down by Teague. And the whistle holding the ball.
He was looking for a target, wasn't he, in the 360-degree revolution, then none presented, so he just took it a bit far.
Goes wide on the bounce. Camporelli needs it to sit. It did.
Morrell. Trouble. Matner. Good tackle. Houlihan overran it. Chance for Carazzo to get out of players' way. Kudafidis. Chip kick is good. They're away now. Wait to Lappin to the open side. Favola's the go-to man, and he's got it, but he's got no one inside 50 to give it to. 3 Adelaide Crow players getting back. Favola will have to wait. In fact, he waits for Wait, and he waits it well. High towards Whitnell, a full forward. Can he get back in time? It bounces toward the goal. It's through for a behind. And it's back to a 1-point ball game as it was at half-time.
And this is the danger here. Lance stands on the mark, and he's not going to be able to chase this away. And he doesn't.
Bassett comes away. Got it from Hudson. Goes out towards Edwards on the wing. Couldn't complete the mark initially. Goes after it. It spins away from he and McGrath and goes out of bounds.
I know we've probably been focusing on Lance a bit today. There's a matchup between McLeod and Walker, but it is just one of those, it's like the Bermuda Triangle. It's just a ground this size is probably his worst nightmare when he runs out.
Yep. Thompson over the football was moved off it pretty quickly. Prendergast, Kudafidis at the base of that is Matner. And they've got a whistle. In fact, coming up with the football, Thompson went back for seconds. So bounce on the wing. But having said all of that, Whitnell's had 3 possessions himself in this term.
Yep.
In just the opening minutes, a couple of free kicks, presenting himself.
Well, there's no problem when he gets to the footy. It's just on a ground this size, he has to run to the footy. It won't naturally come to him.
Hudson went looking for McLeod. Walker there with him. Walker's done a pretty good job. McLeod got it across somehow to Goodwin, who comes back inside. Doughty over the top to Riley. Riley 25 metres out and closing and pops it through.
See that bloke over there? He's one.
Really?
Bloke next to him, he's one too.
Joking.
All those blokes. Even old Laurie.
Does his wife know?
All for it, evidently.
It's surprising how many people win Keno. Over 65,000 winners on average every week.
I've thought about it. Yeah, me too.
Keno, win it by the minute.
Brett Riley, athlete, former basketballer from Gisborne, Kangaroo fan as a kid. It's the goal that the Crows were after. Shirley might get the takeaway. Looping ball over the top by Edwards wasn't okay. Prosciutto, well, he enjoys that kind of situation when he's got 3 to beat. Doesn't do it this time. We'll get a ball up. Andrew McLeod.
Yeah, nice little give.
Just.
Oh, just if you were playing rugby league.
Hudson. Down to Prosciutto again. Through traffic, Thompson. Matner chips it wide. Doughty has some space. We'll play on here. Well, I thought he would. He looked up, didn't have a lot to go to. He does play on, but goes back to Matner, who has Hudson inside. Ignores that. Goes to Bassett, who might launch this all the way from the paint, from the 50 arc. Goes long, and it's a behind.
He looked exciting.
Yeah, I was excited.
You love him, Dennis, don't you?
Well, I do love him. He's like your zany uncle who gives bird calls. How about that? I mean, he's just missed it out to the left. It was disappointed.
Really, where it missed to, even when he kicked it, he should have known it was never a chance, but he rode it all the way.
Body English. I think he was trying to beat the behind post. This is Livingston in the back pocket. Carlton hanging tough. They trail by 8 points. Back he comes to Thornton. Had a problem momentarily with his son. There we go now. Looks back towards the middle. Nothing doing there. Walker offers. I think he'll kick over Walker's head. Suddenly it's 3-on-1. Plenty of Crows back there. Morrell made it 3-on-2 off hands. Edwards looks towards the middle and uses it well. Taken by Doughty, who's getting busy. That was rather casual. Burton sold into trouble to Rutten. The long option is on. Didn't use it. Instead goes straight ahead to Matt. Look out. Burton confronted by Prendergast. Doughty goes after the football. Scrappy stuff from the Crows. Over the top of Bentic was Riley, and that ball is wedged in there, and the umpire will ball it up. So nondescript stuff.
That's what Carlton have to do. They have to choke this game down now. They've conceded 19 shots at goal to Adelaide. They've only had the 11 themselves. They've got to choke the game down, and hopefully they can still be within range with a few minutes to go.
Not the battering ram. The umpire's just holding the ball. Has to do it tougher than most, Mark Rashuda. What a superstar he has been. 7-time All-Australian and premiership player with the Adelaide Crows. McGrath wide. Makes it tough for Morrell. McGregor lurking. Morrell gets away well. Stevens. Shirley corrals him. Back to Morrell. Back into trouble. McGregor had him. He got a kick away somehow while he was on the deck. Shirley caught. Now Livingston loops a long handball, hoping for the boundary line. He doesn't get it. Hard. Now McGregor again. High kick towards half forward. Teague dives and takes the mark in front of Welsh. It looked rather untidy, but in the end, Carlton will be happy with the way it was worked.
Teague across the ground then. DeLuca. Plenty of time to recover. Nobody near him. Thinks about his second bounce. Looks behind. Didn't see that too often in the old days, and that's a terrible kick. Perry got a hand to it. Carlton have got 3-on-2, and as a result they prevail. Morrell comes away. That's better. Mark taken by Koutafidis to Stevens, trying to get some impetus. He goes down towards half forward. Hudson, unkind bounce for Bowler, back towards the middle. Bentic a little hand pass, gave it across to support. Clark went to Houlihan, kicks it down towards full forward. Hudson back quickly. Well done. Got it to Rutten. Rutten will need to pinpoint it. He does. Finds Thompson. Thompson left half back. 3-on-2 here. Burton's got the football. Wanted to draw Lappin. Lappin would not be drawn. Burton goes in short. It's worked out okay. The hand pass comes across from Doughty, taken by Rashudo. Trying to bend it back. He's wide of the top.
I mean, said that, it's only a minor score, but it was the first time they got the ball fluently moving from one end to the other. I think there's a blood rule out there, is there? Somebody's got some claret on them.
32 possessions last week, Mark Rashudo, including 12 possessions in the last quarter, and it's Digby Morrell who'll come off due to the blood rule, and he's been playing pretty well.
What's he got, Jace?
Can't spot much blood on him at the moment. They're inspecting him.
Oh, it might be a trickle out of the nose, I think.
No, just on the right ear, Dermot. He's been playing well as that loose man.
Yeah.
Bassett's been playing that role for the Crows, and he's been manned up now with weight.
Carlton 9 points behind, still in this, halfway through the third term, and Lappin chips the ball in. That's a horrid kick straight to Goodwin, and he can have a shot from there.
Oh, Scotty Welsh walks straight up to Lappin and gives him a ruffle on the head.
Well, as if he didn't have a lot of time to think about it. Goodwin loads up, and they fly in the goal square. Burton was there, wanted the big leap. In the end, they get it behind, and it's out to a 10-point lead to the Adelaide Crows.
Burton on an approach to that pack, he actually had too much pace up, and so when you have to run really hard to make the actual drop zone, you can't get great elevation. You look at high jumpers, they lope to the bar. And the same with footballers. If you have to sprint to the pack, you can't jump that high over it.
Livingston in the back pocket then, told to play on. Well, he was out of bounds when he was told to play on. We've discussed that ad nauseum on Sunday afternoons. Bok goes into a pack.
Again.
DeLuca, Bentic, got a hand pass away. Houlihan to Clark. Blues run it. Clark to midfield. Interesting kick, but effective enough. Prendergast to run her alongside. Too slick. As a result, Lappin heard the voice behind. Got it to Camporelli. Camporelli to Prendergast. Gee, they made hard work of that. Waite still a chance. He's outnumbered 3-on-1. Picked up by Waite. Favola got him. Great tackle. And it's knocked across the line by Tawney. Well, they made a couple of bad decisions coming across half forward. And it ended with plenty of crows, but that's a wonderful tackle and a bit stiff not to get the free Favola.
Wasn't it a great pin? He kept the arm in and slapped him and slam dunked him. Well done by Nigel Lappin, though. Matthew Lappin, sorry, to just tap the ball sideways when he knew Hudson was going to gobble him up.
Hart, who got out of jail there thanks to the umpire, who had the key to the lock. Bassett over the top, got it from Dowdy and gives it to Tawney, and they're away. Takes on Houlihan, who didn't tackle him but put him off the kick.
Carlton's intensity's raised here.
Perry to Shirley to Goodwin. Crows have the midfield. It's opened up for them. Welsh is on the move. Teague's fist superior. Bentic, back pocket. And he got a little push there. He get the free kick, Will. Adam Bentic, game number 8, elevated off the rookie list to play the last 5 games last year. And gets a free kick for in the back.
He's a good kick of the footy, young Bentic. Isn't it so important that a key forward like Brendan Favola tackles like that? Because you can just sense already the mindset has filtered through to the rest of the team. They're having a dig here. They're really giving physically, Carlton.
It's contagious. Here he is again.
And similarly, if you do something poorly at one end of the ground, it is contagious as well. So it's so important.
Walker again fighting the numbers and doing pretty well, if you don't mind, but he got into the back, I think, an Adelaide player, and Burton will get the free.
But he took on 3 of them and was only 2 willing to do so.
Honourable loss. Burton goes across the ground, and there's the man that Walker had left to contest. That was McLeod. Eventually it finishes up with Biglands, who kicks it down towards full forward. Perry could have almost been interfered with down there. DeLuca goes to ground. Play on's the call. Perry was pushed in the back, was he? No free kick. Suddenly it's hard to get a free down there. And you've got a feel for Walker in the build-up. He'd come across, competed with 3, and the man he's closed down to 5 possessions, Andrew McLeod, got his 6th in the clear.
By Craig Hendry, saw 3 half free kicks there and didn't pay them.
With that stat there, Carlton's only won 1 third quarter this year. So they're well advised to choke this one down.
Carazzo's handball cut off by Bock. Slung, kick, Camporelli, Bentic. Did he get it away? No. Caught Carazzo on his opposite number 44, Bock. Still no free kick paid. McLeod dives in, beaten for it by Houlihan, wrapped up in a tackle. Good footy to watch at the moment. Dowdy, McLeod, Goodwin, half forward flank, looks up, got McGregor, inside 50, had a little bit of it, not enough. Boundary line and Edwards, and McGrath helps it across. We'll get a ball in. Full house here, bright sunshine, and the crowd sort of enjoying every minute of it. They're seeing a contest.
Well, it's harder to get a free kick down the left-hand end than it is the right, and that's not even sinister when I say that, because they've been different umpires. Bentic goes with the outside of the boot.
It's in shade, Dennis. Darker.
Around the boundary, Lappin gets it across. It'll be thrown in. He got it from Houlihan. But so often the way, umpires see things slightly differently, and it makes quite a difference if it's your forward line.
Digby Morrell comes back onto the ground. He's had a breather. He drops back into that, I suppose, roaming key defensive position to be a sweeper, as Jason McCartney has already described.
Thompson to Matner. Matner thought about taking them on. As a result, the hand pass was not good. Well played, Shirley. Gets a hand pass to Bock. Oh, great challenge from behind there by Houlihan, and the ball didn't strike below the knee. Took him up above the knee, and as a result the umpires decided that was not a kick. It comes to Teague.
Do we need to discuss that, Dennis?
No.
Is that not a kick?
Clear cut. It's clear cut. Well, it's as clear cut as we've got time for, Dern. Clark's got it now out towards the wing. Carlton still fighting hard. 6-15, 6-6. Don't wish to be patronising, but we came to the ground fearing the worst today given their recent form. In front, Doughty. Skipworth, well, he seems to be okay. He was looking forlorn when he started the second half on the bench. Kick goes down towards left half forward from Burton, coming up in front. McGregor, slick hands away to Edwards. He's at left half forward. Oh, clever kick around the corner. And good running by Skipworth, who moments ago was back on the wing.
Was a clever kick, wasn't it? Because when he looked down the field on the burst, there was absolutely nobody as Rashudo has a break. Riley comes on. Both teams needing the interchange bench here.
Says something about the appetite to run, though, that Skipworth has overtaken the ball, and that ball was travelling forward at all times. He's got it now from about the 50. It'll require a good kick, and he's doubting he can get the distance. No, he's going for it anyway, just setting it up towards the top of the square. So he's compromised himself. In from the side, Morrell, off hands. Welsh did cleverly, tried to knock it across to support. Whitnell in trouble. Bock at close quarters. Tawney surrounded, could have been taken high. Still Tawney goes, drops it on the right foot and floats it out of bounds on the full as we go down to Jace.
Yeah, this with Carlton getting the numbers back, it's something Dennis Pagan has used a lot in his career as coach, and he uses the term three-quarter ground squeeze, where all the forward line pushes up to get those numbers back.
Short pass finds Lappin inside 50s. Adelaide 37, Carlton 20.
And that three-quarter ground squeeze Jason talked about. Brendan Favola is the closest to goal for Carlton, and he's, what, 7 or 8 metres forward of the centre circle.
Carlton 9 less scoring shots than Adelaide, and they're 9 points down. Camporelli, he spots the runner in Clark, game 100, 89 games for the Cats, gives it off to Bentic, long kick for Vola, and Bassett back with the flight, brilliant mark. He's your man, Dennis, take it away.
Yes, there was no yellow-bellied sapsucker there as he gives it across towards Matner, who controls it pretty well. Comes back to Bassett. Bassett, one bounce. He's at half-back, little chip out to the wing. Not sure what he saw there. Waite goes back and takes the mark.
Well done to Brendan Favola. He chased 2 different players then in a space of about 20 seconds. Didn't quite get to him on the kick, but he just made some inferred pressure, which caused a turnover.
There's Clark between the lines, setting it up inside the forward 50. Big leap at the back. Koutafidis couldn't hang on. Bock spins out of trouble. Not a good kick. Burton met solidly by Clark and bounced off him. Well played by Burton. Goes in short to Biglands. He was knocked over. Stevens gets a hand pass away, taken by McGrath. Untidy back to Stevens. Carazzo falling to the ground. Hand passes to Livingston. Chips it across half back and Morrell. Stevens will cruise on by. It'll come to him now. And Stevens can take it at them. He's in 2 minds. Eventually chips up to the wing. Betts has taken the mark. Camporelli is running hard. Prendergast indicates back to the middle. Betts goes for distance. Down towards right half forward. Whitnell outnumbered. Tawney got it on the ground. Bock goes back, gets the crumb, but took it across the line. So a good result for Carlton. They were undermanned.
Was a good result, wasn't it? A 3-on-4 in the end. Well, there's a 1-on-2 on screen, but in that vicinity it was a 3-on-4. And now they get a chance to reload.
Biglands and Prendergast to do the ruck work. And lock arms. Prendergast to palm down. Bentic and Riley were there. Neither got it. Dowdy got it. Caught by the arm. How will the umpires say that? Had to be ball. Full 360.
Lance off.
So the free kick to Eddie Betts. Kalgoorlie kid. A live wire overlooked in the national draft, taken by Carlton as a pre-season top-up player, Eddie Betts, and after he'd played back-to-back premierships with the Calder Cannons. Now Houlihan.
It's going to be a tough avenue from here.
Fev is just edged out of the contest, and the umpire saw it. Free kick for Vola.
Well, he helped his own momentum go forward. And Carl Lewis would have been happy with that over the sandpit.
I've got a few ticky touchwood ones, that old expression.
And don't we love it?
Oh, we do.
This is the way you say it.
It rolls off the tongue, but they've been lucky at their end, haven't they?
This kick to bring the margin back to 3 points. Brendan Favola has 2. 1 in the first, 1 in the second term.
He's worked this quarter.
Yep.
Yeah, hats off to Brendan. He's really had a dig for the Blues.
Best on ground in the Wizard Cup Premiership of the Blues. Norm Smith medalist in that game, according to Michael Tuck. And he lights up at goal here.
He gave away his own medal. Now, he's a monster kick, Brendan Favola. What we saw at the other end, so he didn't have to overkick. was he got very close to the man on the mark. Now, the man on the mark here, Rutten, has stepped back about 5 or 6 metres. So, well, maybe not that much, about 3 or 4. So he's got a little bit of run up here to come still. Brendan will be conscious of that.
In the shadows of three-quarter time, the hero from this fixture last year, from 48 metres out, it's to the near side, only just.
At the left or right?
Just talking about Tucky, I mean, that is the ultimate in humility, is it not? When you refuse to talk about yourself.
One of the very understated Michael Tuck, ex-teammate, but one of the wonderful characters you could meet in league footy.
And what a player.
Hilarious fella, I tell you. You didn't hear him speak much, but in the club rooms he wasn't shy.
There's Tawny.
Did he know who he was?
I had a fair idea. You just say if you know your name's Tuck if you come from Berwick. There's about 100 of them out there.
There's our man Bassett, right half back. Short. McGregor committed everything to marking it. They could pay a price now. Livingston goes looking for Favola, and he takes the mark. Sometimes footballers by instinct just go at the footy, and you can hang back and perhaps reap a dividend. That time McGregor, it was all or nothing, and once the ball came loose, they were in desperate trouble. Jace?
Yeah, reward for hard work for Favola. With this three-quarter ground squeeze, it places a big emphasis on the key forwards, as they have to generally round up loose and spare players. So hopefully he reaps the rewards here with a goal.
Huge kick.
And that man who you said was the ball watcher attracted him. Well, he got attracted by the ball. McGregor comes off and Jericho gets the replacement run.
Favola's kick too. We're right behind him here. You saw his accuracy from this angle. And this to pull it back to 2 points. Suddenly, they'll have a problem, Adelaide. Very hard to shake off teams that are around and so close at three-quarter time. He's got 3, and it's game very much on.
Oh, have a look at that. He's been absolutely poleaxed. Oh, boy, how tough are this Midas team. They have completely smashed the opposition in every facet, from mufflers, brakes and suspension. They even have logbook car services that won't void your new car warranty. Well, they've certainly kept me in suspension. Is there nothing this Midas team can't do? Something our viewers can do is call 136432 for total car care. And you know what they say, trust the Midas touch.
It's been tight all afternoon. 7-point lead to Carlton at quarter time, 1-point lead to Adelaide at a half time, and we're under a minute to three-quarter time, and it's 2 points, and Carlton could take the lead. Stevens to Camporelli, wide. Koutafidis and Favola both there, bounces unkindly for them both. McLeod from half-back, maybe a chance for a late Adelaide score. Skipworth, no. Carazzo, big fist from the boy who spent a bit of time at the Cats and now at the Blues and playing some good footy, knocks it out of play, and we'll get a ball in on the other side. 51, plays 49.
All set for Andy McLeod in the last quarter to just come through and to, oh, good throw. That was another throw in.
Yes, Bigland's over the shoulder. Skipworth to Edwards. We're down to 25 seconds. Back to Skipworth. Went to ground. Over the top. Calling for a kick is Camporelli. Nothing doing, and that should just about be it for three-quarter time. Clock continues to tick over. Adelaide will lead at three-quarter time, or so it appears. A lot of time being run down here. Discussed that before too, as Biglands hits it down, lapping the hurried kick, hacked out of mid-air, back towards the boundary line by McLeod. Three-quarter time at AB Stadium, and Carlton very much alive, bucking the odds. In keeping with round 10 in the AFL, Adelaide lead by just 2 points. Their margin was 1 at half-time. 6:15, plays 7-7.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, 3 people badly hurt in a brutal home invasion. Chappelle Corby's family fears she may attempt suicide, and why the political honeymoon may be over for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Local? Yeah, we're local.
Meet Darren. He's only 12, but he won't go to school.
Parents don't have the power anymore.
The generation thumbing their noses at teachers, parents, the law.
God.
Who's going to stop them? And teeth whitening, what really works on A Current Affair.
The Specialist Dealers Network, your friends for I don't need Just ride on mowers, eliminate those weeds.
Get the legendary Still Farm Boss MS290 with no deposit, no interest and no repayments until 2006, plus a $66 carry case free.
They're everywhere, they really care. Their backup will exceed the Specialist Dealers Network. Your friends for outdoor needs.
The Foxtel Gold Medal Deal. For a saving of over $200, call 131 787 now. There's never been a better time to upgrade your home to Foxtel Digital. With installation in metro areas now only $67. Plus, you'll receive 2 months of Foxtel Digital's best channels absolutely free.
So much to watch, so little to spend.
To save $200, call 131 787 now.
The Foxtel Gold Medal Deal. Call 131 787 today.
Framing Board's biggest ever 4-day sale. Starts Thursday and Sunday.
All items heavily reduced by up to 70%. This is not a clearance, this is a genuine sale of quality items. Photo frames, $12. Beveled mirrors, $29.95. Large mirrors from $49.95. Ken Duncan photographic prints, $49.95. Crows and Power prints, $39.95.
Hurry, sale starts this Thursday and Sunday.
Framing World, Unley, Norwood and Sefton Plaza. Experience the Framing World difference.
If you love keeping fit, then you need to run into Fitness Warehouse. Take the first step in your fitness routine by visiting the friendly staff at Fitness Warehouse. Make your resolution a reality. Get the whole family involved in a fun, fit, healthy lifestyle. For helpful advice, a great range of products, drop into a Fitness Warehouse store and see for yourself. Fitness Warehouse. If you have the commitment, we have the equipment.
In the 2004 Australia's Best Cars Awards, conducted by motoring organisations including the RAA, the award for Best Small Car went to the Ford Fiesta LX 3-door hatch. The award for Best Family Sedan went to the Ford Falcon Mark II XT. And the award for Best Recreational 4-wheel drive went to the Ford Territory TX all-wheel drive. So if you're looking for a new car, for best results, see a Ford dealer now.
Tonight.
Look, my husband did not commit suicide.
What? When the rich and famous play,
Please, stop.
not everything is what it seems.
Get the hell out of here. Who's your mommy?
New CSI, 8:30 tonight on 9. Tonight on 9.
Like to talk about your husband's murder, man?
Desperate wives.
Are you really doing housework?
Hiding killer lies.
You have to believe me.
What are you thinking?
He's still out there.
Brand new CSI Miami, 9:30 tonight on 9. The 2005 Toyota AFL season, brought to you by our telecast sponsors Midas Car Care, Amy, and Metropolitan Plumbing.
Three-quarter time. Welcome back to Amy Stadium. And the story so far, Brendan Favola, 7 goals, including the match winner last year against the Crows here, and kicked the opening goal this afternoon. And then Anthony Koutafidis, the tumbling dice, 6 points to the captain. Nathan Bock for the Adelaide Crows drifted down from defence where he's playing on Whittle, spun it around and gave the Adelaide Crows one, but it was a Carlton lead by 7 points at quarter time. And then Ben Hart, second goal of the year, a long launch. Now what's your decision? Free kick in the goal square, it wasn't paid. And then Tyson Edwards sized up the options, left foot, beautiful goal from him. And then Brendan Favola on half-time, split the middle. It was a 1-point ball game at half-time, and the Adelaide Crows had the lead, but the Blues knew they had some momentum. 2 goals only kicked in the third term. One of them to Brent Riley on the run, 20 metres out, made no mistake. And then it was the Fevelenko, the famous number 25, his 3rd goal of the match. Made sure that at three-quarter time here at Amy Stadium, it's the Adelaide Crows leading by only 2 points, and it's game on. Adelaide 6-15-51, Carlton 7-7-49.
Low scoring affair, but a most enjoyable one. Neil Craig there, really getting into his boys. So he said last week at quarter time against St Kilda when they had a poor first quarter, it was encouragement more than berating his players. Well, he's just clenched the fist then, and it's obviously saying we can do it, we can get through this. Dennis Hagan is still together with his players at the other end. Guys, how's this for a scoreline? We thought this was going to be a one-sided affair, but out of the gloom, you nearly always get a great result. At quarter time, it was 7 points. At half-time, 1 point. Three-quarter time, 2 points. So we've got a game on our hands here. This could be a big, big win for Carlton. Well, at Amy Stadium, it is a game between the Western Bulldogs and Essendon. If you want to watch that game later and you don't want to know the scores right now, look away. It's about to heat up down on the ground surface. Our man, he's in the shade, Jason McCartney.
Yeah, Dermot, look, Dennis, he heaped a lot of praise on his forwards then for their work rate. The move that has been made, looks like Bock is picking up Morrell. Good move, that, because if Morrell pushes deep into the defence again, Bock can be a forward option for the Crows.
Thanks, buddy. It's been a defensive struggle as we start this final term at Amy Stadium. 2 points the difference. Crows lead with the game in the balance. Prendergast has to wait. Over the top, Hudson knocked it down. Shirley heard the voice. Rashudo taken down by Lappin. Back towards Hudson. Charging through Morrell. Bentic got a hand pass away, and they work it nicely. Carazzo, Stevens, and now Thornton. The chip towards half forward. Bassett came hard. Got a fist on it. Down in front, Stevens once more. Terrible kick, though. Only went about 15 metres. Coming across on the angle. Knocking it out of bounds was Bassett. Betts was away, but that ball clearly across the line. It's a boundary throw in. There's the bench to start this final term. A couple of their key forwards who started this game in those positions now sitting down. Whitnell and White. Hudson didn't have the football. No free kick. Good one. Too slick there for Bassett. Arriving quickly was Simpson. Sends it forward. Getting back first will be Hart in his own defensive 50 to Goodwin. Edwards offers a lead. That's bypassed. He goes to the long option. Doesn't carry to Perry. Now he's got a problem. Pushed off it by Livingston, who played it pretty well, but Adelaide had a bit of luck there. They can't clear the zone, at least initially, Carlton. Now they do. Thornton goes wide. Morrell has it.
Just about their best, Carlton. Chips it, Carazzo.
Oh, Cooter's going to get free. Get up, son. Get up quickly.
Cooter's still free, but it's being zoned off at the moment.
It was well done by Bassett. He was able to just kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. Just be able to place himself between two Carlton opponents.
Still had to. He had Bentic and also Kouta-Fertis. Now, Prendergast. Hands and knees. Crunched by McLeod. And how will the umpire see this? Rashido's got it. Ball. They won't like that here, the natives. Walker. Kicks toward attacking 50. Oh, Simpson was nearly spoiled by Favola. Chips it inside 50. McGrath nearly got crunched. Off hands. Picked up by Houlihan. Onto the left foot. He wants Lappin, and he's got it. And he can put Carlton in front.
Now, there's three blokes who'd be happy with the ball in their hands for Carlton from this pocket. There's the free kick by Rashudo. Brings it in. Now, he makes no effort there. And the arm over the shoulder is not really all that solid. You wouldn't call that high. The three blokes you'd have, Favola. You'd also have Lappin from here. Obviously, he's got the ball. And I've lost the other ball. Houlihan, who kicked it to him. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so they were involved in it. Favola came out on the lead. Lappin's with the ball now.
To give the Blues the lead from the Favola pocket. And he misses.
I'm on the mark.
Everything.
On the mark, Dennis.
I'm not worried about that, Derm. You and I are on the same page. I'm worried about that. Here's Tawny then.
As soon as
Adelaide by 2.
As soon as he cleared the scene, I forgot all about him.
Tawny, the short one. McLeod denied the ball today. Walker's done a wonderful job. McLeod to the opposite pocket. Rutten. Breaking for him is Hart. He'll honour that lead. Hart gets there. Now Jericho is going. Hart will go to him. Jericho needs to sit up for him. It does. He got hands to it, but Houlihan played it well. Just edged him out. Kicks to half forward. Walker!
Nice play.
That was a good mark. His confidence on the rise. Looks inside the 50 for Bowler. Oh, the alarm bells are sounding for the Crows. They've left Carlton in for too long, and Carlton is starting to simmer. How about that? Big leap. Didn't quite get it at the apex, Derm.
He just didn't get the sit. It was an enormous natural spring, but he didn't get anybody come underneath him.
Still, good concentration.
Fantastic grab.
On the way down and just able to keep his eyes on the footy. And now for Vola, he's got 3. This for Carlton to lead. They're down by 2 points. Early going final term. Sunday football in the sunshine in Adelaide. And the rank underdogs about to make a noise here. Vola, you'd like him from here. Normally a most reliable kick. And this one is no exception. Or is it? That player's gone a long way. It's good.
Radio Rentals is making a big splash! The Big Wash sale is back at Radio Rentals with 3 big bonuses. Rent or buy any washing machine and get a bonus 3 months worth of Omo. Plus a bonus set of towels. Plus a minimum $100 trade-in on any working washer. Plus, you can buy now with a massive 4 years interest-free. But you can only dive into Radio Rentals' Big Wash sale for a limited time. Now that's big!
We've already had 4 upsets of the year this year. We might have a 5th. Carlton 4 of the last 5 goals. Ball back in the middle. Who'll get the all-important takeaway? Camporelli rolls it to the advantage of Stevens, and it bounced kindly. Favola's on the move again. He's ignored. Inside 50, 11! And he may be just within range.
Bentic runs on and makes position. Just coming back into screen now. And Lappin with the experience says no. Just puts up the flat palm and says no, save your run. I can kick this.
To make it a 2-kick lead. They lead by 4 points. And that was never a chance. And he kicked the last one out of bounds on the full. At least this one scored. And it's out to a 5-point margin. They drew here earlier this year, Carlton. Not beyond the realms of possibility. Jason McCartney on the boundary line.
Yeah, look, Dennis has placed Cooter at centre-half forward. It gives their structure a lot more flexibility in that forward line.
Here's Hudson. Running hard. He's got the ball in the back pocket.
Just on that one, Cooter was their best player last week, but when they came back strong in the last quarter, Carlton, Cooter didn't touch the footy.
There's Tawney. It's a right half back. Hugs the boundary line. Doughty.
The game style's changed a little bit for Adelaide. They're chipping. It's stand and deliver here. It's static play.
Goes back. The pass is not good from Hudson. It runs away from Betts, but that's a good result for Carlton, and the crowd very unhappy. I'm not sure all these people understand. It's not like years ago. But then again, something to be said for years ago.
Is that the physical aspect or the game style, Dennis?
The game style, Dan. Here's Cooterfeit. He's got it from Hudson. Kicks inside the forward 50. Drifting back, the mark is taken down there by Tawney. It's all about possession and time, but at the moment, they've got possession, but going forward, the Crows really stuttering. The short one is on, coming back, White almost. Rashudo prods it up towards the wing. Perry missed it. Plenty of Carlton players behind the footy. Morrell, looping hand pass, Livingston. Well, he just headed for the boundary line. And dragged Shirley with him.
That was clever. Very clever. Well done, son.
It's luckily I did it right.
There's your top disposal getters, your top ball winners. Stevens 28, Lappin 24, then Goodwin 23, the best of Adelaide.
Wing. Ball in. Rashudo. Free kick, yes. Adelaide Crow fans happy with that. The champ. Just backward of the wing now. Gets it for this. He did release the ball, but he was held well and truly. Shortish pass is good. And Luke Jericho takes the mark. Crows down by 5 points.
The ball's really been in Carlton's half of the ground for quite some time now. It's getting played on Carlton's terms.
8 minutes gone. The ball fumbled. Play on. Edwards.
There's Burton in the square.
Perry. He ran into Simpson. Well played. Got the kick away. It was smothered. Goodwin's got it. He's got. Now a chance for Shirley. He's caught. Livingston, hands and knees, gets it to Stevens, and they're away. The Blues. Stevens no one to kick to. Forced to have a bounce. Goes back into the corridor. Clark under pressure. Handball finds McLeod. Last person you want to give it to. Rasciuto. Unbelievable diving mark. He wasn't paid. Yes, he was. Had to be paid. That was Derek Randall at point. Chips at Doughty. Takes the mark just inside 50. Massive kick this.
The late call by the umpire threw out some Carlton players who played on and ran forward.
Chips the ball, hoping for Welsh. And he takes the mark in front of Teague, and he has a chance to give the Adelaide Crows back the lead. Here's the mark.
I want to tell whether he grasped it and ever controlled it from that angle.
I'm going to say I thought it came out initially.
Scotty Walsh hasn't got a goal yet this afternoon. 19 for the season. As we said, 5 goals last week. Been a quiet afternoon. Massive kick. Starts it right, brings it back. Perfect kick. Crows back in front.
Monday, Super Nanny seeing double.
2 sets of twins.
And that's gotta mean trouble.
Our life is chaos.
Can Jojo bring harmony to this hectic house?
I'm calling a Super Nanny. I'm calling her.
Super Nanny, 7:30 Monday on 9.
Hungry Jack's, where it's at. The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper. I like that. 100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings. Love it at Hungry Jack's.
The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Bit of luck there for the Crows. All round. Rasciuto obviously puts this one on the ground. Really gave himself up because he wanted to play on almost immediately and got the belated whistle, and the Carlton players had stopped. Anyway, away we go. They'll take it. Offhand Shirley, dragged down, going nowhere, feeds it forward. Opportunity for Goodwin. Chetaway on his natural left foot, kicks it inside the forward 50. Livingston goes back in trouble, got out of trouble pretty well. Lays it off. Carazzo comes away, kicks it back towards half-back. Matner from behind. 3-on-2 Carlton. Have that extra man. Numbers almost prevail. Well, good enough. Kutafides got it to Camporelli. Comes back to the middle. Now a chance for Morel. He decides to hold up.
Has to, because Adelaide have got 2 extras in their back line 50 metres down the line.
Stevens. This frees up Thornton. Thornton's got it. Simpson between the lines. Not really position A. And Thornton makes that point to Simpson. Now he goes towards the boundary, and Favola, who takes a very strong grab given the quality of the opposition. Hart there couldn't knock it away. Favola too far out to score, about 80 metres from home. Adelaide by a point.
Even if he can go sideways here to somebody, it gives him a chance to get forward to the footy.
Favola just sets it up with a spiral, or the attempted spiral. Hudson came hard. He was hurt by that exchange. It spills across to Thompson. Thompson gave it to Rutten. Rutten gives it away to Hart. Hart around the other side. Perry comes hard. Tumbles at it. Didn't take the mark. Now he's got a problem. And just crawls for the boundary line and gets it out. And that's a good result for the Crows. Valiant attempt to mark. He slides on, and luckily the boots kept dragging the football forward.
Back into play. Prendergast Hudson dumps it forward. But once again, Carazzo was waiting for it. He gets through traffic nicely. Threads a kick towards the captain, Kuta. He gives to Camporelli. Looks up. Where's Favola? Nowhere to be seen. Waite was half held by Bock. Umpire said play on. Lappin came hard, but he couldn't stop the ball. Handball by Hart. Direction of Tawney. Clark diving in. Gives it to Betts. Oh, his handball stolen. And they are away, Adelaide. Beautiful bit of play. Long kick is good from Bock towards Perry. Couldn't take the mark, and the ball out of play. 1 point lead to Adelaide. 57 plays 56. We've played 13 minutes. 10 and a bit to go.
Drew Digby-Morel, he looks so tired going back for that footy there, but he's still running into the top of your screen there. He's the loose man in defence here. Plays a full kick behind play here, so a snap kick forward will land in his arms.
Hudson knocked it down. Edwards over the football, ran into a dead end, was slung. Prendergast came in solidly. Koutafidis has got it now. Well done, Burton. Stifled the hand pass. Matner threw himself in. Tried to soccer off the ground was Burton, still forcing it forward. Eventually, though, it came from Carrazzo. Kick comes from Livingston back towards the wing. Tawney throws it on the boot and luckily finds Shirley down towards right half forward. He's about 65 metres out. Robert Shirley looks towards the middle. Now Goodwin wasn't favoured by the kick, had to hold up but spots Thompson. Had Shirley put that ball in front of Goodwin, who stands and applauds Shirley, but the kick really wasn't as good as it could have been, because had it got to him on the full and in front, he could have run inside the 50 and loaded up. But this is second best. Thompson directly in front. 40 metres out. 39 games, 17 goals for Melbourne. A season high of 25 possessions this year against his old team. Came in round 7. And this afternoon, 12 possessions to date. None more important than this one. Adelaide by a point. This to stretch it to 7. And maybe put down the resistance. Now he's missed by a mile. Behind, so the margin at 2 points, as it was at three-quarter time.
Knows this ground pretty well too, former Port Adelaide SANFL player. They'd be disappointed with that.
Only a 12-man zone here for the Adelaide Crows. It shouldn't be that difficult to penetrate.
So Stevens kicks to himself and almost runs him into trouble. Carrazzo takes the mark. 2-point lead. 15 minutes gone. Carrazzo chips it to Thornton. McLeod can't shut him down. Now they might come back to the open side here. Thornton looks up. He's got McGrath. He'll go short to Walker. And he holds onto it nicely. Burton came hard. Andrew Walker.
Now they've got to come this way. He just has to take it on this way.
Goes with the chip kick to Luca. Ball thumb clear of him. Rashudo can't get there. Neither can Stevens. And we'll get a ball in on the outer side. 58 to 56. 16 minutes now gone, final term.
Yeah, they outnumbered their opponents, Adelaide, on this side of the ground. And all they had to do was separate those opponents and they would have got easy possession.
Midlands to Thompson. Thompson hugs the boundary line. Finds McGregor.
Just
right
came
on
on.
the 50.
Just came on to replace Perry.
McGregor honours the lead from Welsh, and he's got it deep in the pocket. Very tight angle. Nick Stevens, game high 31 disposals. But he hasn't got it at the moment, more's the pity for Carlton fans. Welsh, 1 goal already in this term. He'll kick from about 35 metres out. No breeze to speak of, just gently wafting towards him. The sign's not good for Carlton in as much as Adelaide with more of the ball on their forward line in the last 5 minutes. Vital kick. Lights it off the boot. He's got it. He celebrates. And Carlton fall off the pace.
Exclusive from Bali. 60 Minutes is there. And intimate confessions of Jane Fonda.
Whatever you want, honey.
Tonight on 60 Minutes.
Heard about Kev? No. Rumour has it he's never done it.
Really?
Not interested, apparently.
Must be a genetic thing.
If you haven't played Keno, you don't know what you're missing. Keno, win it by the minute.
A long time ago, from a place far away, came an exotic beauty.
Beauty is an illusion.
And a man with a terrible choice to make.
So what's it going to be? Life or death?
Monday, a tale of deadly secrets.
No way. I thought they were just stories.
Mysterious strangers.
You're hiding something, and I'm going to find out what.
And a doomed romance.
You were in love with her, weren't you?
Cold Case. 9:35 Monday, exclusive to 9.
2 goals in this final term to Scott Welsh. 8-point lead to Adelaide with 8 scoring shots more than the Blues. De Luca up against him, Biglands. Blues need a takeaway from the middle. Massive pack around the ball. Kurtafidis. Beautiful pick-up, one hand, gets it out to DeLuca, handball, didn't find the target, goes in, wraps up the tackle, and makes sure he gets another ball up to go at. Dennis Pagan there, another South Australian superstar, Steve Kernahan.
They have come too far today just to surrender now and say, oh, we made a brave effort. They've just got to keep forging to the line here, Carl.
Bigland's back palm, found McGrath, back into trouble, Wiggins. He's pushed as he got the kick away, but it finds Carazzo. Too far out to score. The lead comes from Favola. It's in his direction. He's on the move, coming hard. Got it! He stole that, Brendan Favola. And this game not done with yet. 8 points to margin. And Favola. Burton thought he was going to get it. I think everybody thought Burton was going to get it.
I think what Burton
Even Favola.
I thought what Burton had to do was jump and twist and end up facing with the direction the ball came from. Now Brendan kicks beautifully when he shapes the ball as he watches it go away from left to right, and I dare say that's where he missed to the near side in the second quarter like that. If he can shape that again, he'll have learned from that, and you back him in on this one. I know I'm standing on the mark again, Dennis.
He's got 4. If he makes it 5, it's a 2-point game. Across the face.
Allowed too much dirt.
Yeah.
Still, good sign. They moved it well into attack. Margin 7 points. Still plenty of time. Hart. Doughty. Plenty of run on the side of the ground. Rashudo sees Thompson. Puts it in his path. What a clever kick. Needs to sit up now. It'll stay in, will it? No. Just ran away from him. Just kept going and hunting away. And he couldn't run it down.
That one with Brett Burton, he really did have a chance to actually jump, twist in the air and intercept the ball. It's like a bug on your windscreen. It goes through your vision, but it doesn't really do anything to your progress.
No, that was the beauty of what Favola did, just the concentration. Here's McLeod, arches the back, running down towards right half forward. Really sighted this afternoon. Loops it over the top. Edwards back to McLeod, draws a man and pops it to McLeod. Momentarily troubled by the sun. The banana is on its way, but no good. They're behind, and we're back to 8 points.
Of the 3 of them involved in that exchange there, you'd probably think that Kenny McGregor would be 3rd in line if you wanted him to have the eventual kick.
Going to get to the stage shortly where we will start saying handy points. Stevens. Chips it, Camporelli. Back pocket and he's held up.
Gee, they're very short from their kick-ins, Carlton. They challenge nothing long, and that's why Adelaide, with only a 12-man kick-in zone, are able to really come down and choke it and pressure them.
Teague made some ground, got there, and he takes the mark. We've ticked into time on. Chip kick. Back to Camporelli. So 20 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes and a bit of time on remaining. Walker, one-handed. Welsh, he's got him. Walker, Welsh, this could be curtains here. He's got 2 for the quarter. Oh, he centres it to McGregor. Unselfish, superb.
Just cannot lose your feet, even if it puts you in second place. If you're second place going for the ball, watch now. He's controlling it. Lose your feet now, you're gone. If he keeps his feet, he's able to at least tackle him and keep the ball on the boundary. You're dead. Once you go to ground, so well, like, he's going to get his DVD during the week of all his efforts, and he'll learn that. He's a good kid. He's going to. What a costly way to learn that.
Cam McGregor. To all but assure the Adelaide Crows victory. They've been under siege in this final term, but Welsh, kick 2, has set this one up, and Kenny slots it. 4 minutes to go, and the Crows can smell it.
Metropolitan Plumbing.
Metropolitan Plumbing can fix leaking taps, blocked drains and hot water heaters within the hour. All areas, 24 hours, 7 days.
Metropolitan Plumbing.
Subway Restaurants introduces new fresh toasted subs, like the new fresh toasted chicken and bacon ranch sub. That's our sub.
Dude.
Toasted top to bottom and all the way through on our freshly baked bread. Subway, eat fresh.
Monday on 9, the buzzer is back for the biggest premiere of 2005. 7 o'clock Temptation. 7:30 Double Trouble for Super Nanny.
2 sets of twins.
8:30 Millionaire gives these battlers a new beginning.
On all-new Cold Case, can this orphan find her mother's killer?
And 2 remain on The Apprentice, but could the Donald fire them both?
I'm gonna punch somebody.
Let the games begin. Temptation heads a 5-star lineup Monday on 9.
Crows have got the last 3 goals. Andrew Walker's done a wonderful job on Andrew McLeod this afternoon. Didn't deserve that, but footy doesn't play favourites. Whitnell just on the ground, so he's watched all of this in the last term. He'll have another ball up. And I suppose even in that situation, when he gets his DVD down, it may be that a better result would have been to give away the free kick, knowing the geography and where he was, rather than whatever happens after that, if you're on the ground, is not going to be as good. Bock to Goodwin. Goodwin goes towards half forward. Over the top, Livingston. More troubles now for Carlton. Thompson's got it. Carries it one-handed. Lines up from 40. How will it bounce? Wide of the mark. Out of bounds in the pocket. It would seem the bird, in this case the crow, has flown. Carlton would require something very special from here to come for Adelaide. Well, a few big games in there, and you would say those 4 games could well determine their fate. Still, they've got to win this one. Rashude behind the pack to Bock. He's kicked a couple. Under pressure. Sends a very high ball towards the pocket. Coming up to meet it and taking a good mark was Houlihan. His son and a couple of Crows to contend with. Out of the back pocket. Whitnell, will it get there in time? Yes, it does.
Well done, Nate.
3 goals, 3 minutes is the equation for the Blues. Whitnell finds Morrell. Takes the mark on the wing. It's a relatively open forward line. Adelaide getting players back now. Spearing pass to Wiggins. Holds onto it. Plays on.
Brendan's on the move.
Favola. The ball doesn't even get near him. Good one. Well,
that's
was he paid? That is a real one.
Yeah. That's got a lot of Jason Dunstall about it. That mark he took years ago, diving sideways.
Rutten. Jericho. Thumped away by Livingston. Through the legs of Thornton. McGregor. One of the heroes for the Crows. Bounces his way through trouble. Into trouble and out of trouble. Riley. Now back again to Jericho. High ball. 2 Blues down there against Welsh. And Morrell mobs it up. Spins it wide. Carazzo. Boundary line. Carazzo. Rolls it towards Lappin. If it stays in, it's away here. It stays in, and he's away.
Amazing. Lappin. A second bounce. And a third. Now he gives it off to Thornton. Needed to be a little further in front. He had to hesitate. Kept his head, finds Koutafidis. Koutafidis 60 metres from goal.
3 on 5 inside Carlton's forward line.
Koutafidis in Favola's direction. Well, he was monstered there. Over the top, McGregor thumped it away. Great balance. Doughty goes again. Bets a little hand pass. Nondescript. Doughty's got it. Taken down by Prendergast. Over the top, Favola.
Now, Eddie Betts has to learn there. He had Stevens ahead of him. And Eddie Betts played junior footy. He handballed it out in front of himself for himself to regather instead of giving it to his teammate. That's junior footy. We know he's exciting, he's instinctive, but it don't work in AFL.
Ball up, just inside the forward 50 then. Slapped out of there by Riley. Koutafidis missed it. Whitnell put the body in. Over the top comes Bock. And a free kick to Whitnell.
He's actually done all right, Lance, since he's come on. We know he's not quick, but he's got fresh legs compared to everybody else at the moment.
Goes across the ground, bounces obligingly there for Burton, McLeod, now Hart, and it would seem this one is etched in stone for Adelaide. Just over a minute to go. Welsh has been a very important factor to Jericho. Jericho at left half forward. Thompson wants it long. He goes in that direction. Thompson juggles the mark. Valiant, brave. You find what you like about Carlton today, but Adelaide will get the 4 points and improve their record to 6-4.
Well, they did come with a plan, Carlton. There is no doubt about that, and they followed it through pretty well to the letter until about 10 minutes to go. They were brave. They had their dip. So the last 5 games before this one, Carlton lost 4 of the last 5. This will make it 5 out of the last 6 for the Blues.
Thompson, whose last shot was a bad one. The pressure is off now. What will he do? Well, he's put it out of bounds, I think, on the full.
Did he line up with a torpedo and try to turn it into a drop punt on the drop?
I doubt it.
Have a look at the way he dropped it. He pointed the nose of it at the target.
McGrath finds Prendergast.
It's extraordinary.
Few seconds remaining to the Adelaide celebration. Full house here. Livingston gives it to Camporelli, back to McGrath, and the full house rises. Neil Craig's impressive season at the helm continues. The story for much of the game might have been Carlton's fighting spirit returning, but the story at the final siren is the Adelaide Crows are still a threat for the premiership in 2005. And here he comes, well known to every South Australian. He's got a great history of SANFL and Crows football. Well respected here by everyone, and most importantly, well respected and well liked by his players, and they were impressive again against the odds at times. Adelaide winning 9-17-71 to Carlton 8-9-57.
It's interesting, actually, because their best football this season has been played on the road. They seem to open up more on the road, Adelaide.
Gee, they choke games down here at home, don't they?
If you were hand-picking a rival and you were Carlton, you'd probably want Adelaide and Adelaide. I think it suited them. Well, the big ground might have been a problem. It didn't turn out that way. They were in this game for long periods of the time. As we go down to Jason.
Simon, it was pretty hard to penetrate. They had numbers back throughout the game.
Yeah, it was. They did it really well. They got numbers behind the footy, and we battled to get it through. But, you know, we stuck at it all day. I think our intensity was there all day. We made a few blues, but, you know, we got the result in the end.
They closed down a lot of your midfielders. You were able to still rack up a fair few possessions, though.
Yeah, it was always going to be one of those games where it was going to be fairly accountable. And you know, to the boys' credit, as I said, they stuck at it all day, even though we're under the pump sort of halfway through that third quarter. We managed to respond at three-quarter time, and it was a great effort.
And your backline's been outstanding this year. They led the way again today.
Yeah, they've been outstanding all year. You know, the boys back there, they gel really well. They're a real tight unit, and that's probably why we won today.
Thanks, Goody. Enjoy the win.
Thanks, Carts.
Thanks.
Oh,
Carts. Goodies, James. Now, I call that one. I thought that Scotty Thompson held it like a torpedo and then tried to turn it into a drop punt, that last shot at goal. We've got it there. We might have a look at it in a second. Have a look at this. Watch the ball drop here. Now, look at that. That's a torpedo he's lined up with there. And now he's trying to hit. Oh, that right hand slid around. The left hand was
slipped in his hand.
Now look at the ball there. That's everything. The only thing he hasn't tried to incorporate is a banana.
That's putting the fun in dysfunctional.
It certainly has me having a giggle about it. But look, they got the chocolates. They were less than convincing. But having said that, the game was a struggle. I tell you what, it's probably one of the more enjoyable negative types of games of football this season, because we got a really good contest out of it, and it wasn't pure flooding, but it was a negative game. But it was, you know, they did charge forward when they had the opportunity. But they come away with the points here, the Adelaide Crows. Scotty Welsh was very good in the last quarter. Scotty Thompson, Jericho on screen there, didn't have much game time. Hayden Skipworth. We'll find out why he spent so much time on the bench. The Ian Perry stand. Go Sarge. Magnificent. Well, I think you like Nathan Bassett. I like Ian Perry.
Oh, heads are bobbing, can't pick it. It's a photo finish for me, but...
Any man who has a pet budgie, you've got to just wonder about the motivation of
Which
Ian
one's
Perry.
that?
Ian
Ian Perry's got
What
the
colour
pet
budgie?
Not too sure. But,
Is it green or...?
Yeah, does that matter?
Well, green is the more natural, and the others are mutations. I would have thought he'd be your more mutation type.
It's just that if you sort of mirror the man that you sort of, I suppose, hold up on a pedestal, they're inclined to drop that sign every now and again, aren't they? just drop it.
We'll be back after the break with the Adelaide Crows singing their theme song. It was the Crows victorious here, 9-17-71 to Carlton, 8-9-57.
It's almost tax time, so buy or upgrade now at A&R or flexi rent for a $200 Kmart shopping voucher. Here's a high-powered Pentium 4 with 1 gig of memory, huge hard drive, dual-layer DVD burner, LCD monitor, internet and print copier scanner, all for $17.99. Flexi rent this or anything over $1,800 and receive a $200 Kmart voucher. Now with 6 Superstock stores, there's an A&R near you.
Hungry Jack's where it's at. The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper. I like that. 100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings. Love that. Hungry Jack's.
The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's. Got something you no longer want or need? Cash Converters will pay instant cash for almost anything, as long as it's in good condition and working order. Instant cash for your unwanted quantity goods. Cash Converters, where second hand doesn't mean second best.
Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing.
Just a quick reminder that Metropolitan Plumbing can fix leaking taps, block drains, plus hot water repairs and replacement within the hour. All areas, 24 hours, 7 days. Yes, 7 days a week.
Metropolitan Plumbing.
Beat this, high-performance NEC notebooks at unbeatable A&R prices. Like this NEC with Pentium M1.6 dual-layer DVD burner, fast 40GB hard drive, 256meg of RAM and Windows XP Home for $19.99. Or a powerful Pentium M1.8 dual-layer DVD burner, fast 80GB hard drive, 512meg of RAM and Windows XP Pro, $26.99. And they're exclusive to all A&R stores throughout Adelaide. Hey, there's one near you.
Carlton Draft. Made with barley, hops and attractive yeast. Brewed in a big metal thing. Put in kegs and driven around. By horses. Poured into frosty sideways glasses. And drunk in pubs. Carlton Draft. Made from beer.
A long time ago, from a place far away, came an exotic beauty.
Beauty is an illusion.
And a man with a terrible choice to make.
So what's it going to be? Life or death?
Monday, a tale of deadly secrets.
No way. I thought they were just stories.
Mysterious strangers.
You're hiding something, and I'm going to find out what.
And a doomed romance.
You were in love with her, weren't you?
Cold Case, 9:35 Monday, exclusive to 9.
Oh, they are the mighty Adelaide Crows. They started in 6th position today on the ladder. They got another win. We'll find out if they've jumped up in the proceedings there. But let's have a look at them here. And it was a 14-point win. Pretty close all throughout the day. 7 points at quarter time, 1 at half time, 2 at three-quarter time. And the biggest win of the game in terms of quarters was in the last quarter.
They're a contender, Adelaide. There's no standout this season. They're just as good as about 4 or 5 of the teams that are putting their hand up. Welsh kicked 2 all in the last quarter and got them home. Bock a couple as well. Great game from him. And Favola, he was the standout for Carlton. He threatened to win the game for them with 4 goals. He couldn't quite match the 7 he kicked to be the hero here last year, but at the same time, he did play very well, Brendan. Chased hard. It wasn't just the goals that he kicked.
An all-round game from him, in fact. Well, the 4 goals was arguably worth as much in a very, very low-scoring game. As you say, they didn't get the chocolates. So the person who did get the chocolates is the Adelaide Crows, and Neil Craig, their coach, is with Jason McCartney.
Neil, we spoke at half-time. You said about the need to be patient when going forward. It started to open up there, and Scotty Welsh got some, on the lead the last quarter.
Yeah, Jason, I mean, it was not a dissimilar game to the Brisbane Lions a couple of weeks ago here.
you know, where we didn't handle it at all well. I thought today, the positive for us today is we did handle that style of game a bit better. And, you know, as we sort of always believed, if we kept calm and we kept patient about what we're trying to do, there was never going to be a blowout game, but we just thought that we had the capacity to score a bit better.
Your backline, we spoke with Simon Goodwin earlier. It's been outstanding this year. It must be important getting a guy like Ben Hart back on the ground. He wasn't available to play much footy last year.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Ben's been an important part of that back six, but even earlier on in the year, Jason, when Ben wasn't there, it was still a very, very formidable, you know, backline that we had. But, you know, as I continually say, it's not just the defensive back six, it's really the way that we defend all over the ground that makes it a bit easier.
Dermot?
Hi, Neil. Congratulations.
Thanks, Dermot.
Now, you must have tossed up during the day. Carlton kept leaving a tall person in your forward line by themselves. First it was Whitnell, then Morrell. You must have tossed up whether you had to man them up, swell your own numbers down there, or let him run free.
Yeah, it's always a situation, Dermot. We've got to make that call. The option for us was to push our loose down there, I guess. But we just... that's the easy option, and it just creates more numbers down there. We just feel like that we've got to be able to we need to be able to play that game where we do push people forward, but we also need to develop a game where we've got the confidence to use our loose back, whether it be a Benny Hart or a Bassett. So yeah, you're always in the coaching box. You're always sort of in decision mode there about what to do.
Neil, you're a calm man in general, but you don't seem all that happy. Is it not quite clicking the way you'd like it to click at the moment?
Oh, no, Dwayne. No. I thought, well, what we are trying to do as a club is we think we've got a very good defensive action, but we also know that we need to add more attack to our game, you know, if we want to become a finals winning club. And we're still getting, we're looking for the confidence and the courage to do that. And you saw today, you know, we've tried it and we've turned the ball over a few times. So no, we're happy with what we're doing, but we've got a very clear picture in our head about this, you know, the game that we actually want to be able to play, and irrespective, even if our attacking football was cemented in, with the style of play today, with numbers back, it was never going to be an open, fast game. I can guarantee you that now.
And you also mentioned you're pretty happy with your defensive action. I was rapt again for the young boy Nathan Bock. He came out and opened up very, very well again today. That's 2 weeks in a row for you.
Yeah, and that's important for him to do that 2 weeks in a row. Is really important from him from a consistency point of view. The flexibility that gives us, of course, if Nathan continued to do that, is that we can play McGregor back or we can play him forward. So it's been it's good for Nathan. But from a club perspective, it's been really important for us as well.
Let's not put the cart before the horse, but he's got all the attributes to be, physically I'm talking about, to be a long-term centre-half back.
Oh, no question, Dermot. Junior days, I mean, Nathan's made big strides from a maturity point of view. He was a pretty laid-back sort of a guy. I mean, he liked footy but didn't really love footy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's now starting to realise that this is a genuine profession. You know, you can have a fantastic time doing something you really want to do, and be professional about it. And it takes people different times for that sort of to be ingrained in your mentality, and Nathan's making big strides in that area.
Fantastic. Well done to the boy there. As you say, it is a profession, but the ones who enjoy it seem to be the best players at it. Neil, you're doing incredibly well at the moment. So are the Adelaide Crows. Thanks for your time.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Neil Craig there, the coach, victorious coach of the Adelaide Crows.
This is that time that everybody loves because they get a chance to ridicule you, Derm. Who did you get best?
Oh, it was a tough one because it was a low possession game. There weren't many goals scored. Simon Goodwin, I thought, was fantastic. High possession winner. Nick Stevens had the most on the ground, but I just thought he had them all pretty well. There was 3s and 4s in the one play, which really one possession might have been good enough at the time. Goodwin 8. Favola, 4 goals in a game where his team kicked 6 or 7 for the match. He was superb, but his defensive actions were brilliant. Nathan Bock opened up like a house on fire, kicked a couple of goals purely, legitimately from centre-half back. And Andrew Walker, his job on Andy McLeod was fantastic. He got beaten up a bit in the end, but I just thought, look, there's almost a concession there for the young kid to keep his chin up, go on with it, because he's going to be a fantastic player.
He is, and he started like a house on fire as well. He was magnificent first game, Andrew Walker. Had a tough time of it since then, but like Nathan Bock, really starting to show it now.
Absolutely. We'll be back after the break and wrap up this game at Amy Stadium. The Adelaide Crows win by 14 points.
7:30 Tuesday.
Who's the king?
Frasier sends the office joker over the edge.
The edge of madness.
But his jokes are killer.
Oh my God!
Watch if you dare.
Speak my mind. Frasier's new on Channel 9.
Wednesday.
The circus has now well and truly come to town.
The final moments.
Oh, that hurts.
Before the big performance.
She is just gold.
But who's going to chicken out?
I definitely want to get down now.
Celebrity Circus, special day, Wednesday on 9.
Here comes the Midas team out onto the ground. Boy, what an outfit. This Midas team has it all. Mechanical repairs on everything from suspension and brakes to mufflers. They're a well-oiled machine, this mob. When it comes to total car care, including logbook car servicing, the opposition has no chance. Get one and it won't void your new car warranty. So ring 13 64 32 for total car care, and you know what they say? Trust the Midas touch.
Make cleaning easier with Shower Power, the cleaner that actually works. Shower Power removes soap scum, watermarks, calcium, rust stains, and can be used on almost any surface. Shower Power is environmentally friendly, and unlike other harsh brands, Shower Power actually works. Shower Power can also be used for a whole range of other cleaning purposes. And while the other products are still working away, Shower Power is done, giving you more time to enjoy life. Don't settle for imitations. Shower Power actually works.
Attention factory lovers. Right now, Holden's giving away bonus factories like this beauty. Hang on, sorry. Right. Obviously, it's factory bonuses, not bonus factories. Still, that means Butte bonus deals across the Holden range until June 30. Pity. Would have liked one of these. Holden means a great deal to Australia.
Tonight.
Look, my husband did not commit suicide.
What? When the rich and famous play.
Please, stop.
Not everything is what it seems.
Get the hell out of here.
Who's your mommy?
New CSI, 8:30 tonight on 9. Tonight on 9.
Like to talk about your husband's murder, man?
Desperate wives.
Are you really doing housework?
Hiding killer lies.
You have to believe me.
What are you thinking?
He's still out there.
Brand new CSI Miami, 9:30 tonight on 9.
The action is done and dusted here at Amy Stadium, and it was the Adelaide Crows victorious by 14 points, 9-17-71 to Carlton, who were brave, but they could only manage 8-9-57. Let's have a look at the ladder, Dwayne.
West Coast still top, but of course they're playing the reigning premiers Port Adelaide as we speak. You can see Adelaide up to 5th. Sydney's dropped out of the 8 now with that loss last night. And down the bottom, Carlton, they are still a chance to win the Wooden Spoon. Next week, Collingwood's win and Geelong's loss makes Friday night football on 9 a massive game, especially for the Cats. And I'm looking forward to St Kilda Port Adelaide with you next week, Sunday.
Absolutely. We'll be down in Aurora Stadium in Launceston for the Saints there and Port Adelaide. Well, here at Amy Stadium, it was the Crows victorious by 14 points. Thanks for joining us on Sunday Football.
His life was shattered in an instant.
The doctors thought you would die.
A South Aussie battle of fights for a new beginning on Millionaire Monday on 9.
Tonight, National 9 News at the special time. Then 60 Minutes and all news CSI.
It's time to make a stand. Time to rekindle that passion and regain that fire in the belly. To put it simply, Port Adelaide need a winning streak, and badly. Standing in their way are the big birds from the west. With their wings clipped last week by a former mentor, they're hungry for redemption. It's round 10 and the Eagles are looking to confirm their home ground superiority. Could it be a case of the reigning premiers passing the baton to the premiership favourites? This a Sunday with big consequences as the Eagles host the Power live from Subiaco. Clear skies and fine bordering on hot conditions greeting the players at Subiaco Oval this afternoon as this dramatic round 10 of the AFL season reaches what could be a very exciting conclusion. Hi everyone, welcome along to Sunday Football. Clinton Gravis alongside of Gerard Healy, Wayne Carey and Michael Thompson with you for what is going to be a terrific afternoon. Subiaco Oval is sold out for this match, and will it be a passing of the baton? The reigning premiers Port Adelaide, though, a victory will get them within half a win of the top 8, meeting the premiership favourites West Coast. But have a look at this. Port Adelaide arrive at Subiaco today with absolutely no fears. They've won 8 of the last 9 between these two clubs, and Gerard, they've won 4 of the last 5 at this ground. The Power are the only non-WA club in the AFL to boast a positive win-loss record at this ground. It holds no fears.
It doesn't, Clinton, and it augurs well for a great game. And if the players' enthusiasm is anywhere near as good as Mark Choco Williams, who we spoke to prior to the match, then we're in for a hell of a game. But you can throw all your statistics up. It means nothing in season 2005, round 10 in particular. Let's just enjoy the day.
Yeah, just ask Robert Walls how his tipping's going. Wayne, the West Coast Eagle forward line, they don't rely on a gun player to kick the goals. They've got half a dozen booting 10 to 15 between them.
Yeah, very even spread. You've got guys like Hansen, also Lynch and Gardner up there at the moment. Gardner being the surprise packet. He's gone forward and kicked a few goals the last couple of weeks. It'll be interesting to see how they line up today.
Let's have a look at the West Coast Eagles forward line then. Sampi, Lynch and Gardner. They're 3 of those 8 players with 10 to 15 goals. Walsh, Wakelin and Bishop anchoring the defensive zone for Port Adelaide. No Phil Matura today. He's out injured. Hansen was towed up by James Clement last week. Chad Corns, well, he's a quality centre-half back.
He is. He's a great centre-half back, and Hansen's going to be a great half forward. Everybody gets beaten at times. He'll learn his lesson. He'll be good today. But in the midfield, you've got some potentially great matchups. Kane Corns and Cousins. You've got Nikoski. He may be with Kingsley. I guess Judd's going to be the big inclusion for them. And they've got Fletcher as well.
Warren Treadray at centre-half forward for the Power. Darren Glass might be the man to get the job first.
Darren Glass has been in great form, as has Warren Treadray. Warren Treadray, if he plays well today, gives Port Power some sort of chance of winning. And the other full-back line player, Staker, he's also been in very, very good form for the West Coast Eagles.
West Coast Eagles number 1 by way of the rucking department for hitouts this year, led by Dean Cox, having an outstanding season. Chris Judd, more on him in a moment, back in the lineup alongside of Fletcher. And then off the benches, Kerr, Lacroix making his debut, Butler and Seavey for John Worsfold's team, Pickett, Eckerman, Shattuck and White starting on the bench for Port Adelaide. The question for Mark Williams, does he roll the dice in terms of the midfield with the West Coast Eagles and that much vaunted midfield, or does he try to shut them down? This man is back, Chris Judd, after his 1-match suspension.
Yeah, he is back, and you just can't allow him to run free. They will have a couple of people they can put on him. Of course, Cassisi, I think, is the likely one. He's got the pace. Corns is another one, but he's got a good track record on Ben Cousins, so I expect those two to match up. But the good news is, Clinton, he's in the side. He's the most exciting player in the competition, in my view, and I'm just thrilled to be that he's there so we can enjoy his abilities.
It's going to be great to watch him in action. And also Warren Treadray, we mentioned the Eagles, the even goals, but the Eagles' bogeyman is Port Adelaide's gun forward, which is Warren Treadray. He's kicked 25 goals for the season, and so often he is the barometer for Port Adelaide's success.
He definitely is. He's the guy that has stood up all year long. They haven't been in great form. They seem to win one, lose one, but even in the losses, Warren Treadray has been standing up. Had a quiet one a few weeks ago, but back to his brilliant best last week with 5 goals against the Bombers, and if they're to win today, he has to have a big one.
It's all set for a sensational match. Josh Franco says a win will set up our season for Port Adelaide. The opening bounce coming up next. Will it be Warren Treadray to do the damage again?
Read it well. Glass has left his man Treadray. He can load up on the left, puts it up, and gets a little bit of cream on the cake. 6 goals for Warren Treadray.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, 3 people badly hurt in a brutal home invasion. Chappelle Corby's family fears she may attempt suicide, and why the political honeymoon may be over for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Local? Yeah, we're local.
Exclusive from Bali.
60 Minutes is there. And intimate confessions of Jane Fonda.
Whatever you want, honey.
Tonight on 60 Minutes.
Shelving, fittings and furniture. That's City Shelving. Racking, stacking, archiving and moving. That's City Shelving. Free on-site consultancy, new and second-hand. And we're very price competitive. Shelving, storage or handling answers for factory or office. That's City Shelving.
Hungry Jack's, where it's at. The big juicy burger that started it all. The Whopper. I like that. 100% flame grilled beef with all the trimmings. Serve it at Hungry Jack's. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
Introducing the big new Toyota Hilux, the world's first action utility vehicle. First ever V6 4x2 Hilux, delivering 175 kilowatts of power. Get in or get out of the way.
In New York City, the pace is fast, the stakes are high, and the competition vicious. For the best in show, when a dog trainer takes her final bow wow, it's a rough case. To give the most dogged investigator pause. But are they barking up the wrong tree?
Some days you're the dog. Some days you're the hydrant.
CSI New York, 9:30 Tuesday on 9.
Stevens on hands and knees, it falls to Cousins, around the body. Oh, everything's going right now. Another goal for the Eagles. From the last time the Eagles beat Port Adelaide, the opening round of the 2003 season, a cloudless sky above Subiaco. Just a picture going to be enjoyed boundary side by Michael Thompson this afternoon. G'day, Tomo.
Thank you very much, Clinton. Don't ever say that we don't turn on sensational weather here in the west. 28 degrees at the moment. It is going to be hot. The players are going to feel it. Humidity 32%. There's really no wind to speak of. The surface of the ground is in immaculate condition. We've had no rain during the week. So conditions today are absolutely perfect for football. The Eagles said earlier in the week, the hotter, the better for them. But Port say we don't mind the hot weather. They love coming to play in Western Australia. They love coming to play at Subiaco Oval. As you mentioned before, their record's great here, Clinton. I think we're going to see a super game of football.
Look forward to your comments, Michael. Boundary side throughout the afternoon as Matthew Primus wins the toss. Port Adelaide to the right of screen. It's almost like a rock concert here. Sold out for a number of days, so just on 40,000 in. Music blaring, it's a great atmosphere. And why wouldn't it be? You've got a great stadium, a great footy state. You've got two fantastic teams. One last year's Premier, the other one the Premier-elect, if you like. And you've got so many great players in both sides, Wayne. Their matchups are plenty. There's just going to be football at its best, hopefully, and attacking football to boot.
Matchups all over the ground. Very interesting. Daniel Kerr actually starting on the bench, and also Byron Pickett for Port Adelaide. So two very good players for both sides starting on the bench.
Pretty handy player to come on, Byron Pickett from Impact. He's hard of the footy, as we know. He's hard of the man when it's there to be hit, and he's also a bloke who can kick goals. And I reckon Gavin Wanganeen and Byron Pickett are two wild cards for them. Particularly, we think Wanganeen is going to play forward. He's a tough man to match up on, and we're a pundit not playing, of course.
They're the two players that stood up for them in the grand final. Kicking goals, small forwards. They're the go in the AFL at the moment, the small forwards. So I'm sure they'll come on at some stage and kick a couple of goals.
Well, when you've got Jonathan Brown moving into the centre to become a 25 possession plus ruck rover, it just goes to show how easy that position is.
Also goes to show you how easy it is to play on ball, Jerry.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. The needle has begun here in the booth. We're on the same line. This Sunday football match now, waiting for the matchups to begin to unfold as Wanganeen makes his way towards the centre circle. There's the forward line for the Power, laid with Ebert, Thurstons, Treadray, so some height down there. And already in the middle, speaking of needle, Chris Judd's getting the Kasisi treatment, the shoulder into the shoulder. And right now it's Kane Corns going to him as well. So Kane Corns has had his own problems with taggers this year, and he's become the targeted, the hunted. He's averaging 22 possessions a game, so you hope that he's going to win the ball himself.
And Gavin Wanganeen actually starting in the middle, not forward.
Good news for Ben Cousins. He's walking around and singing, hey, no one's on me. This is going to be a field day. I'm still here, guys.
Little bit of byplay. Ben Cousins actually went towards Corns then. acted as if he was going to give him a little bump and then bounce back. So it looks like it's going to be a fairly physical game.
Maybe Cousins and Wanganeen playing wide of each other. Stand by for 40 possessions each.
Peter Burgoyne, Michael Braun, two other players who can get the ball underway. And look at it. He's back, folks. Judd straight away to half forward. Nikoski. Great start. Eagles coming up if he's straight. And he is anything but that.
He just didn't quite read the script, but it was a great start. Judd back in the team. First possession, Judd. Delivery superb. And, well, that's the standard today. We're going to have a great match.
And it's Hunter who has taken the job on Treadray to start with as Port. They run their huddle. They split to the outer side. Wanganeen pops it in front of Primus against Cox. An unlikely foot race. The bounce kind for Cox. Embley to Cousins. Has time. Long ball. Hanson gave Chad Corns the nudge. Wakelin at the back. Gardner got him. Corns now can go to Walsh in the back pocket. Umpires wide for sound today. Matthew James, Dean Margetts and Stuart Wen. Kane Corns going short, and the mark taken by Dominic Cassisi, re-signed with Port this week for another couple of years. He is a former Perth boy, but the 22-year-old staying with the boys from Albertson as Dew goes to Treadray. Some contact, no whistle. Hunter doubles back, has Fletcher in support. Fletcher going to centre half-back. This is Dean Cox.
Playing very much one-on-one football at the moment, Port Adelaide. They're not letting West Coast get their free running game going early, although it is early.
Staker, good ball wide for Hanson. Just the 9 touches and a goal against Collingwood and James Clement last week. Good ball here for Glass, who's gone forward. Taking lead with him. Going to Nikoski. He's off. Michael Braun a chance. Finds an opening. 45 out for the opening goal. Terrific stuff.
Radio Rentals is making a big splash! Buy a new widescreen plasma or LCD TV with a massive 4 years interest-free. Splash out in a new lounge, dining suite or bed with 4 years interest-free. Or dive in and grab a new big brand fridge with 4 years interest-free. With a massive 4 years interest-free at SA's biggest electrical retailer, why would you shop anywhere else? But you can only dive into Radio Rentals' Big Wash sale for a limited time. Now that's big!
Eagles on the board first as Primus has to wait for it. On the second effort for Kingsley. Wrapped up by Jones. Walsh. Collared by Sampi. Also looking to bounce back after an off week last week. Cousins in the 28-degree heat. Chasing it wide. Kicking it long inside the 50. Giving Chick a chance. Couldn't trap it. Creative enough. Eagles still dangerous. Lynch out of a pack towards Gardner. Very tight angle. The umpire has come in to set the mark, so he will have to go back.
I reckon if you're an Eagles player, Wayne, you'd be saying, they're talking about us about premiers, but John Morsfold would be saying, well, if you want to be premiers, let's start proving who's up to the standard. Let's who can cope with the pressure that a group that have climbed the mountain will be able to put on you.
It'd be fair to say that last week was a loss that they probably needed because get a little bit overconfident. They've started very well today.
Gardner, 3 last week. 1 today. Eagles get the opening 2.
Hungry Jacks, where it's at, where it's at, Hungry Jacks. The big juicy burger that started it all. The legendary Whopper. I like that. 100% flame grilled beef with pickles, ketchup, onion, tomato, lettuce and mayo. Legendary. Love it at Hungry Jacks. Love it at Hungry Jacks. The burgers are better at Hungry Jacks.
Back at home, a venue where they've won their last 14. West Coast starting well. Lade palming it down. Staker charging through. Gives Stenglein half a chance. He has support. Cousins off to a blistering start. Can he kick a goal? 50 out on the run. Long one. Just wide.
You made the call early, Gerard, that Gavin Wanganeen and Cousins look like they're playing on one another, and already Cousins getting a lot of space from the Port Adelaide champion.
He's had 4 kicks in 4.5 minutes as Wakeland marks the kick back into play. Goes for Montgomery. Was ill and didn't train much this week. Laying it off by hand to Kane Corns.
Interesting matchup on Treadray. It's Hunter.
Is Kingsley going to that duo? Treadray just battering it down for Peter Burgoyne. Well, he's going to be left alone here. Chipping for Ebert, but getting in the way is Staker.
Love this kid. I like the promise he shows. He's been dropped once this year, but looks like he's responded well.
Ben Cousins on the wing, all on his own.
Here's Hanson.
Line up.
Well, they've got to shut down Cousins, surely. He's carving them up. His 5th kick, deep towards the pocket. A wrestle, and Lynch will out-wrestle Bishop if they're left like that.
Well, really, it all starts from the half-forward flank for the Port Adelaide Football Club. Burgoyne gets it. He looks up. See if West Coast plays. It goes across the ground, and it's all West Coast. They're not manning up very well at this early stage, Port Adelaide.
And they're using Staker as a player to play in front of Warren Treadray, particularly at centre bounces, and now they're just cruising one in front, one behind Treadray. So Port have obviously got a loose man in defence as well.
And the view from behind Lynch is a good one for Eagle fans.
What a start.
3 goals in 6 minutes.
Look at that. He's been absolutely poleaxed. Oh, boy, how tough are this Midas team. They have completely smashed the opposition in every facet, from mufflers, brakes and suspension. They even have logbook car services that won't void your new car warranty. Well, they've certainly kept me in suspension. Is there nothing this Midas team can't do? Something our viewers can do is call 136432 for total car care. And you know what they say? Trust the Midas touch.
And here's the matchup with a couple of players, one in front, one behind. So Warren Treadray has got a pretty tough job, even if there's an early break.
Right now it is Cassisi against Judd, and Kane Corns on Fletcher. It's Judd. Arm pinned by Cassisi. Good tackle. And rewarded. So that matchup swapping in the opening couple of minutes. Here's Kingsley now. And good pass, good lead. Treadray can go back. Well, he wants to give it off by hand to Kane Corns. Standing start at the 50, and he sprays it. Not sure Treadray should have gone back from about 52, 53 to give it a ride.
Should have at least seen what was up ahead. You give it to a player that was under pressure and had to kick at the same distance as what he would have had to.
Banfield to Glass, play on the call. Defensive goal square. Glass, loose man on half back. Bounces away from Hunter. Cousins running onto it again. Drives it for Hanson. He started well.
Well, it looks like Kingsley's gone on to Cousins. Kingsley started on Fletcher, but they've rotated already through the middle, try and find a matchup.
Dean Cox.
Corns now running with Fletcher.
Long ball towards Gardner. Montgomery from the side. Gardner just fisted down. Walsh retrieving for Bishop. Now, awkward ball to trap here on half-back, and Thurstons has taken over for a throw-in.
Thurstons, as we know, can play deep. Kicked a bag of goals in the grand final, playing close to goal. But right now, he's playing effectively in defence, and Staker's going with him the whole way.
Whistle. Holding on. They're going to be watching this closely, and Judd's got it.
Well, let's hope this continues for the rest of the century, because it goes in for a week once a year.
Judd bombs it to the hot spot. Hanson. Corns the spoil, and a long one. And a leaping effort from Cochrane. Deserves something. Franco for Cassisi. Took a little too long. Holding the ball. And was pinned. And Cassisi says, I kicked it. Stuart says he had long enough.
There's been a little bit said about the heat today. It is a very, very hot day, and obviously West Coast Eagles train in these sort of conditions. I've just kept an eye on Ben Cousins. We know he's had a fair bit of the ball already, but he is out on his feet. He's very tired. He's used to playing in these conditions and training in these conditions. You can imagine how the power players are feeling.
Wonder how many kilometres he's run already.
Mark Nikoski has kicked just one goal.
You were puffing coming up the stairs, Wayne. You've lost your fitness.
In his AFL career. And from 50, this is a helicopter kick, but it's effective. Just missing to the right-hand side.
I reckon he would have done, how long's he been out there? Best part of
10 minutes.
10 minutes. He'd be doing near on 3-minute Ks, so he'd be up to the 3-odd Ks. He's having a good crack at it, just power running up and down the ground.
Kingsley towards Chad Corns, gets rid of Stenglein, feeds Peter Burgoyne. Welcome back, Peter. Away on the wing, chipping deftly to half forward. Off the boot of Ebert, it ends up with Embley. Good ball for Dean Cox. And he's off. Delivering to loose men in midfield, Nikoski. Good signs for the Eagles. They want it. They've come to play early here. Long ball towards Sampi. Might not reach him. Oh, he comes out hard again. They are attacking the football with vigour. And here's Gardner. Wonderful movement.
It's not great signs for Port Adelaide. They're zoning off even through the midfield. You see them sitting back waiting for the long kick. And the West Coast Eagles, they won't do that. They'll pinpoint players. They're a very skillful side. And you see then they've pinpointed it all the way to Michael Gardner, who has a shot at goal.
Right.
He doesn't do it very well.
No, pinpoint, not the phrase to use in that sentence describing Gardner's kick.
Steve Monaghetti has just rung through and he says if Cousins is doing 3-minute Ks, can he get in his marathon training camp for the Commonwealth Games coming up?
I didn't want to say anything, Gerard. I did think that that was a little too far.
A bit extravagant.
Now, Power still under some pressure. Primus working hard to get to the fall. Can't hang on to it. Tackle by Jones. Dew, short, Cochrane. Playing game number 100 today and finding Primus. And now Kingsley can run. This is better for Port. Treadray.
Got him.
Got it. No, knocked away at the last moment by Hunter. Kane Corns. Ebert. Just inside the 50. Missing to the left-hand side for Port's opening score.
Now, we'll probably talk about the heat a fair bit today. There's a lot of interchange players coming on and off. I'd say that Stewie Dew will feel this heat more than most players, and he come off out on his feet. He hasn't really been near the ball, but very, very tired.
Already they've made a change, bringing some more legs onto the ground in Pickett with big Matthew Primus, who started on the back of the square, and that's why the Eagles had an extra man in defence. He's come off for a rest.
Stenglein to Braun. Now Cousins with his 7th kick. Long towards Hanson on the outer wing. Boundary throw.
Daniel Kerr coming on for his first run. He is going to be tracked by Kane Corns. Fletcher off.
Port Adelaide, 3 wins, a draw and 5 losses, beginning this round 11th on the ladder. Haven't strung back-to-back wins together this season. They beat Essendon last week. This part of a tough road double. They're in Tassie next Sunday playing the Saints. Franco away, caught once, twice, slipped them both. Peter Burgoyne now. Penetrating kick and a good one for Treadray. Carries him though. There's some holding and the free kicks the Eagles.
Well, it's just not working for them at the moment, the one-man forward line. They've done the Peter Hudson trick and cleared everybody else out for Warren. And he's just not finding the footy at the present time.
Just didn't lead then, Jared. He had the opportunity to lead. It was coming through the midfield without a lot of pressure and decided he wanted it long. And when it came in long, he was in the wrong position.
Check over the head of Gardner for a boundary throwing as Mark Lacroix, the 18-year-old, makes his AFL debut. Brother Brent playing in that victorious Kangaroos team in Brisbane this week. He was the 37th pick in last year's national draft. A new career begins. We've seen more than 50 players make their AFL debut already in 2005. Gardner knocking it down. Braun unable to get away. Shattuck near the boundary line has dumped over it for a throw in. Tackle.
Well, Kingsley and Cousins look like they're now going together. And Kingsley's had a bit of the footy with 5 possessions. Of course, Cousins had plenty of it early, running those 3-minute Ks. He's had 7.
Shattuck with the clearing kick. Here's Cousins again. This time for Sampi. He's a goal sneak. 48 metres out. Just misses to the near side. Crowd was up.
The interchange is running hot. Stuart Dew now back on the ground, so it wasn't a long rest for him. Probably just got a message from the coach.
Chad Corns on half-back for Wakeland. Sure of where to go. Targets Peter Burgoyne.
Ash, thank you there now.
Averaging 23 possessions a game in the 5 matches he's played this season. Kingsley running with Cochrane.
Coming into this match, I thought that the great strength of Port Adelaide would be that they could have a really tall forward line. It laid down there, Primus down there, Thurston's. And yet they're going with a very mobile forward line, almost trying to block up the defence of the Eagles, or the attack of the Eagles, and get it in quickly.
Here's Wanganeen. Oh, centering ball.
Chicky, hold that chick, play.
Laid the muck. Sold Peter Burgoyne into some trouble.
Good legs.
Did well to get away from Braun. Now Byron charging from midfield to the 50. Unloading a bomb. And just misses to the right-hand side.
Just great footwork there from Peter Burgoyne just to dance around. And I saw Josh Branco do a similar thing under pressure earlier, which really was a great positive because his confidence in the knee looks like it's getting to its peak.
I was thinking the same thing, Jared. Very strong through the core, and looks like he's got a lot more confidence now than he did probably 4 or 5 weeks ago.
Embley going to stake up.
Stuart back a metre. That's it. You've got it, Warren. You're on it.
He's just drifting it to Cox. 16 minutes gone. Port Adelaide, the lowest scoring team in the AFL, entering this round with just 2 behinds. Now Chick's got some space. Goes down the corridor. And it's Lacroix. Could this be one of those first kicks in league football sort of stories?
West Perth boy, bit of a goal sneak, Clinton.
Very versatile and All-Australian in the under-18 level last year, and here he is, a chance with his first kick in AFL footy. The 18-year-old to become an instant darling of just on 40,000 at Subiaco. The club will not have a new member. Port Adelaide, will they concede a behind? Yes. So 3 goals for and 2 shots at goal out of bounds on the full from the Eagles. They are doing a mountain of attacking.
Now, Joey.
More than 2-1 on the inside 50s as Stuart Dew prepares to bring it back.
Just interesting looking at the makeup of the stats. They've both had about the same amount of ball, and yet Port Adelaide's had 1 handball effectively for every kick, and the Eagles are 44 kicks and 12 handballs.
Kingsley drifting it for Wanganeen. Just unable to generate that free man yet. Now they might. Kingsley to the outer side of the ground, and Kasisi can get it on, and this is White now. Now working hard for him is Walsh towards half forward, and Franco.
And as he looks up the ground, Warren Treadray took a very long time to lead.
He does now, but he's got 2 to beat. And at the back make it 3 as Fletcher arrives for West Coast and clears. And they might have time if they can keep it in. Staker under some pressure does well. Handball missed Fletcher. Judd to mop up. Not a bad sweeper. Hunter. The switch is on to Chick. Over his head. Walsh. About to be under pressure. Pushed aside. Perhaps too easily. What a chase and tackle. Great stuff by Burgoyne. Turnover. Walsh to Ebert. And it deserved plenty, that chase from Burgoyne.
As he looks up the ground, Treadray's got a lot of space. He's either side of him right now. He decides not to lead, whereas he had both sides, Jared. He could have led left or right. Decided not to.
And now the Eagles are just dropping players back to prevent him from going wide.
And Ebert drops it off short for Lade, who would, well, the man at the mark will be at 55. Lade will have to kick this 57 or 8. A tough ask. Treadray leads to the pocket. That was turned down. You saw the lead of White.
When a player gets the ball outside 50, as Ebert did then, your eyes light up. You know you've got space either side of you. You've got to go straight away. When the numbers aren't back there, and Treadray just didn't want to lead.
Well, Lade's kick, though, is a beauty. That carries the goal line comfortably for his first. Port Adelaide's first, taking all of 19 minutes. Lade
In the ruck against Cox, Port might get the centre clearance. They do. Cassisi driving it to half forward. Good use of the body by Staker, getting rid of White. Butler. Down the line. And Kerr, the mark. A little extra attention draws the crowd's ire, but not the umpires, from Byron Pickett. Kerr popping it up towards half forward. Gardner with 2 to beat. Good effort. Still going. Kane Corns the tackle. Cousins. Nikoski. Good mover. 50 out to the goal square. Port defence under plenty of pressure. Fletcher, he's creative. Kane Corns down in the Shepherd. Walsh, will he concede behind? No. Going for Lade. Stalking them, Seavey. And finds Eckerman, and they clear that danger zone. And now Port on the counter-attack. Eckerman's kick for Franco makes him work. Good deal with Stenglein. Eckerman the second effort. And that's going nowhere. Oh, and Port Adelaide have been pinged West Coast free.
Chris Judd coming for arrest along with Dominic Cassisi. Just going back, we saw Kane Corns just get blindsided by Quentin Lynch. He went through him like a Mack truck.
Big man is Quentin.
Oh, that's what they do to taggers.
Let's go.
Braun popping it up. Hanson, Wakelin in front.
Hanson's actually moved deep into the forward line now. Gardner's come out to centre half forward, and Corns won't go to full back. He's picking up Gardner at centre half back.
1-on-1, the only men in their attacking half of the ground. Treadray and Hunter. Who will recover first? Hunter, the boundary line is his friend. Still they go, and the boundary line will win out.
I think that's what he's trying for a little bit too much, Lauren Treadray. We know he's a very, very good player. He's been in sensational form, but it just seems that he wants to get that one-on-one, get in behind and take that contested mark, whereas before he could have led and got an easy ball inside 50.
Reimers over the shoulder for Dew. Caught in the tackle. No chance to get rid of it. A bounce.
When you're using the space behind, he's got 30 metres to run. It looks like he's trying to just use the space only a metre or two behind him. As we take a look at the Mack truck, he just got him with no support. The outside leg was the only thing that was keeping him up, so he went down like the proverbial bag off.
And fair with the ball within 5 metres.
Yep. Spuds.
Braun. Kerr towards Lynch. Bishop knocking it down. Embley, good pickup, good turn of speed, and a nice delivery for Gardner. No one on the mark, and he doesn't want to go. Now, Chad Corns comes in to take the mark.
One thing Chad Corns will give you is a lot of space. He likes to give the Port Adelaide Footy Club a lot of drive off half-back.
Speaking of drive, Embley drives home the goal.
See that bloke over there? He's one.
Really?
Bloke next to him, he's one too.
Joking.
All those blokes. Even old Laurie.
Does his wife know?
All for it, evidently.
It's surprising how many people win Keno. Over 65,000 winners on average every week.
I've thought about it. Yeah, me too.
Keno. Win it by the minute.
Embley's goal, career number 100. Coming a game after he posted his century in games.
Look it out! Hasn't got it, Josh.
Sampi the free.
Didn't have the ball. He didn't even take possession. Yeah, he didn't take it though. Thanks, Ben. Play on.
Sampi going to Jones. The defensive, I didn't know he didn't have it.
Don't check it.
Not exactly a winnable one. The kick to centre half forward. Good defence by... Oh, boy, ironed out. Stenglein cannoned into him. Peter Burgoyne wants to go on with Embley. That was...
Look at the delayed reaction. I don't think a lot of the players saw it because it was an after...
Eckerman the man and, crunch.
Really, Tyson Stenglein didn't move a lot. He basically just stood his ground, as you see here. He stood his ground. He basically ran straight into him. As he ran into him, he tensed up. so that he could obviously deliver the bump. There wasn't too much malice in that.
The end result is very serious for Ben Eckerman, an 18-year-old out of Sturt, just his 4th senior game of footy. And the final look.
Here's another look. See there that Stenglein was actually not moving all that fast. Now look, it has hit him high. It's hit him high. It's hit him actually in the face. But I would say that I don't think Tyson Stenglein has done too much wrong. The ball was within 5 metres. The young fella fumbled, and he's in a little bit of trouble. Let's hope all's well and there's not too much damage done to the young kid.
Jared, do you want to weigh in with that one?
Oh, look, I think Wayne is essentially right. It's one of those circumstances that slow down. You think you can make 100 choices, but Stenglein was immediately going into tackle, and he fumbled the ball, and then the opportunity presented itself to take him out with a bump. Now, I would suspect he had no idea of premeditating a head-high bump. That's where he hit him. That's why he'll probably be looked at. Whether or not the panel decide that it was outside the rules of the game is going to be, once again, a controversial week of footy.
Just for the people at home, when you look at that particular bump and you see that his shoulders hit him high, and it's an automatic thing that when you hit someone with your elbow into your side of your body, when it's a natural reaction as you go through with the bump for your elbow to come up here. You see Stenglein hit him with his shoulder, and then after it's an automatic follow through for the elbow to come up. So just for those people, he hasn't hit him with an elbow. It was actually with the top of his shoulder.
So a significant pause in play with West Coast leading by 20 points, and
it's one of those classic ones.
It's going to be a tense few minutes here, and the umpires will have to be right on their game, because there was certainly a response from the Port Adelaide players.
It will be, and there was a response, and you would expect there would be a response, and you'd expect that they will play some pretty tough footy for the next 5 minutes and hopefully for the rest of the game. But they will also know that there was just one of those moments. It was the car accident type of situation in football where the circumstances just prevailed, which gave Stenglein the opportunity. One man was relaxed, not knowing he didn't have the footy, so he wasn't prepared for the bump. The other man, Stenglein, saw it. He tensed up and effectively took him out.
Let's hope Ben's all right. Looks like might be just a little bit of concussion. Let's hope that's all it is.
So as he makes his way off, a look at the ground reveals that there is no one behind Adam Kingsley. There in the Eagles forward line in the middle is where tempers are on edge just at the moment. This is the huddle of all huddles. If Kingsley kicks it into the man on the mark, look out. Now Byron Pickett goes to ground, perhaps trying to elicit a free kick. And now we're underway as they split, and it's going to be Bishop on the outer side. The space is on for Ebert and Treadray to lead. Kane Corns will go to Treadray. He's a long way from home. Hunter flies, no mark. Banfield, Fletcher, and now they'll scramble back to their positions because West Coast are away.
Gardner's on the fly.
Hanson should get it on quickly. Oh, he's taking time, and those holes are filling rapidly.
And this is what I think people hate about possession football. You've got a bloke here that should have been rewarded in Gardner. Keep the flow going, keep the spontaneity going, rather than just a cold, calculated, slow movement of the ball forward.
Wasn't too happy, Michael Gardner, and I can understand why. He worked very hard to get to space.
Butler to Judd, kept his feet. Cassisi, good second effort on the tackle, held in a bounce.
We saw earlier in this quarter Peter Burgoyne get out of a few tackles. Chris Judd's exactly the same. They're guys that aren't massive guys, but so strong through that core, Jared.
Primus and Gardner. Wanganeen caught by Kerr in the back.
That's the classic one from Gavin Wanganeen. He drew the free kick and an advantage has been paid.
Coming up to the final minute of the opening term as Montgomery delivers nicely for White.
The best I've ever seen at drawing a kick, Gavin Wanganeen. Not to say they're not there, but he's the best at it.
Kingsley.
Port Adelaide have been absolutely the equal of the Eagles at getting the ball to this part of the ground, but they're just breaking down with this kick. This one looks like it's going to work.
Kane Corns with a circus catch. And now a shot at goal can have Port within 14 points in the shadows of quarter time.
The reason why it worked is because Corns was able to get behind his opponent, and Warren Treadray got it in there quickly and long. If you hold that up, then he's not able to get in behind his opponent, and Fletcher's able to get behind him, therefore it's a chip kick forward. But very good play, Warren Treadray, able to get it over the back.
Having a great year, Kane Corns, by way of numbers, averaging 22 possessions a game, an important one here, and he delivers a goal. The power needs it. Kane Corns delivers.
Well, he's one of the elite midfielders of the competition now. He's was very unlucky not to be All-Australian last year, and he's on track to be putting his hand up again for selection this year. Brilliant grand final, as we all know, premiership player now, and a bloke who's going to have a long career that may end up being inclusive of a captaincy at Port Adelaide.
And what makes Kane Corns a very good player is he's tagging Fletcher, but he's able to run off him and put pressure on him the other way, and while he's doing that, takes Fletcher off the ball.
Raw numbers, he's got 6, Fletcher 4. Back in the centre in the waning seconds, and here's Kane Corns again. Hacks it out of mid-air. Dew tries to shovel it on. Sampy's got it, and that should do us. Well, intriguing opening term. The Eagles had 3 goals in the first 6 minutes, but it was relatively even after that.
Yeah, it was just once again, it was just forward structure. I think they will look at that, Wayne, and that's your department. But the Warren Treadray really just needs to take better advantage of some opportunities.
I think Warren Treadray, look, we know he's a gun player, and I probably look at forwards more than others, but I just think he's got to lead a little bit more, and if he leads a little bit more, they might kick a few more goals.
West Coast at quarter time.
Downtown on my street.
National 9 Newsbreak, brought to you by the Nissan Drive to a Million. At your Nissan dealer now.
Good afternoon. A man arrested after a frenzied attack on a southern suburbs family overnight has been charged with attempted murder. A middle-aged couple and a teenage exchange student in the house suffered serious head injuries, possibly inflicted with a hammer. One is in a critical condition. Also in the news tonight at the special time of 7 o'clock, Chappelle Corby's defence team has accepted the help of 2 prominent Australian lawyers for her appeal. And in sport, how the Crows shook off the Blues at Amy Stadium. National 9 News tonight at 7.
Tonight.
Look, my husband did not commit suicide.
What? When the rich and famous play.
Please, stop.
Not everything is what it seems.
Get the hell out of here. Who's your mommy?
New CSI, 8:30 tonight on 9. Tonight on 9.
I'd like to talk about your husband's murder, man.
Desperate wives.
Are you really doing housework?
Hiding killer lies.
You have to believe me.
What are you thinking?
He's still out there.
Brand new CSI Miami, 9:30 tonight on 9.
Got something you no longer want or need? Cash Converters will pay instant cash for DVDs, TVs, stereos, CDs, video games, sporting equipment, and most of the other things you no longer want or need, as long as they're in good condition and working order. Instant cash for your unwanted quality goods. Cash Converters, where second hand doesn't mean second best.
And what else do you like to eat, Wally?
Cockroaches, except their legs get stuck in my throat.
And what do you like the least?
Banks rejecting me for a loan.
Me? A risk?
Sure, it's not the most conventional job, but it's a job. Thanks. Read my lips.
The Red Rooster Double Meal Steal is now on. Choose any 2 of these delicious meals and pay just $8. Just $8? But hurry, they won't be there for long. The Double Meal Steal at Red Rooster now.
For quality and service.
At Zappia Flooring, we're really good at helping you choose the right floor covering at the right price. We know the importance of good advice and personal service at Zappia Flooring.
Zappia is the name.
Oh, Canton!
New Mitsubishi Fuso Canter with advanced safety, comfort and handling. It's what drivers have been hanging out for.
ABS.
Please, lots of squeezy.
His life was shattered in an instant.
The doctors thought you would die.
A South Aussie battle of fights for a new beginning on Millionaire Monday on 9.
The 2005 Toyota AFL season brought to you by our telecast sponsors Hungry Jacks, Amy and
Nice boundary side, Tomo.
Oh, absolutely beautiful conditions, Clinton, for football. Ben Eckerman, he was stretching from the ground. He is conscious. He is answering questions from the club doctor. They're concerned about his neck and the movement in his neck. They haven't called an ambulance at this stage. The news is generally quite encouraging there. He's understanding what they're asking him. His answers the right ones. So conscious, and at this stage it looks pretty good for Ben Eckerman. Michael Gardner was just getting treatment on his leg. He received a pretty nasty gash down near the base of his shin. That's been bandaged up. He has rejoined the group. John Worsfold getting the message home. They must make full advantage of their opportunities, convert their opportunities. Mark Williams, pretty happy with that quarter, particularly the last 5 minutes. And gentlemen, it is getting very hot. That quarter we had 21 different interchanges, 10 for West Coast, 11 for Port Adelaide.
Thanks, Michael. The Eagles began their trainers sitting up in the sunshine for the quarter-time break, and that was moved into the shade like the Port Adelaide team. There were 2 matches played earlier today in round 10 of the AFL at Amy Stadium and the Telstra Dome. We've got the final scores of those games coming up, so if you want to catch a replay later and treat it live, best you walk away now. So that's the story elsewhere here at Subiaco. Will it be renamed Anzac Field? That's something that's being pondering by the administrators here at out west. They're considering that right now, and an interesting game. 4-4 to 2-2 Eagles way.
We'll have a good look at the Tyson Stenglein, Ben Eckerman bump at half-time, but if in fact Tyson does get put up by the match review panel, they shouldn't waste their time, the Eagles, with a QC. They just should go to W. Carey QC, because he's made an impassioned and a very compelling argument while he won't be reported. But more of that at half-time.
I wasn't going to get between the two of you there during that volatile debate during the break, as Cox palms it down. Judd unable to get an effective clearance. Cousins tied up. Dew flicking it out. Walsh finds an opening, pops it in front of Ebert, working hard to the outer side. And he's got time here to steady. Primus is short, kicks in his direction, but wide of him. Embley, the soccer out wide for a boundary throw-in.
Well, you heard Michael say that the Port Adelaide... No, I've forgotten the Port Adelaide coach, Mark Williams. Mark Williams say at quarter time that he was quite happy with the club. I honestly thought that in the second half of that first quarter, they started to lift their work rate.
Stenglein to Kerr. He started on the bench. Has some legs here. Couple of bounces through the middle.
This is the great strength of the Eagles on display, the running power.
Banfield, perfect. Oh, Lynch spills the goodies. Has time to recover. Is he going to make the seemingly easy look difficult? You bet. But he gets the job done.
Value-packed special edition Storm Ute.
The ultimate ride.
2 goals today, 13 for the season.
We just saw him drop a chest mark. Was Dennis Pagan a mad chest mark person like a Ron Barassi, who was absolutely against taking chest marks, had to be out in front?
You got that much time, Jared, take it on your chest and make a certainty of it.
How do you know if you got the time?
Well, I think that's instinctive. That's the sixth sense. Some players have got it, other players haven't.
Treadray's got it here and is lining up his first goal of the afternoon.
Well, just go one for me that way. That's it there now. Mark's right here. Thanks, Byron.
You just get the feeling that if Warren Treadray kicks this, they definitely need it. But if he kicks this, Port Adelaide have got a sniff. Just starting to play better football.
Don't jump out, lads.
Treadray should kick it. And fails to do so. 25 goals, 15 his season return.
Jump right at the back, please, mate. Thank you.
Red Heady still involved in football, albeit now as the Eagles runner as Nikoski marks in the back pocket.
Stuart Cochrane running with Chris Judd this time.
Switch to the outer side, effective for Staker.
Yours, Matty.
Next to go short. Cox spills it, has time. Chick back for Cox, for Cousins. He wants to go, delivers for Hunter. Some class from the skipper setting that up. Judd, space for Gardner to lead to. Wakeland the spoil, Burgoyne under pressure. Walsh hemmed in on the boundary line. Well done, a cool head. In a volatile situation, Wanganeen's got Primus and he can have Franco or Montgomery. Might go to Montgomery in the centre corridor, now leading towards the wing. He does, and Montgomery's got it, and Port can go. Some run about their game now as Cochrane lays the handball for Stewie Dew. No one home, chips it short on the lead, Eckerman. Ebert rather, it was a good spoil by Chick, and Glass now goes wide. Bounce awkward for Cousins, has time. Treadray closing fast. Good shepherd in the end by Glass. Chick though. Now Cousins popping it out on the full.
It was his only option, Stewie Dew, as he come through the middle of the ground just a minute ago. He looked up and there was a sea of West Coast Eagles on the goal line.
Primus. Fraction too far out. Oh, leading into space. Short Cassisi. Good lead. Rewarded. He marks at 45. Not a renowned goal kicker, just 3 this year, but a chance here.
Jared, you did an article a few weeks ago about the interchange bench and the fact that, you know, we're playing this possession style football. Also has an effect on bringing players on and off on the champion players, which really lessens their effect also. Like you see Cochrane now gone on to Judd. Fresh legs once again.
Cassisi just inside the 50, and the kicker's got the carry, and Port get one back.
See that bloke over there? He's one. Really? Bloke next to him, he's one too. Joking. All those blokes? Even old Laurie. Does his wife know? All for it, evidently.
It's surprising how many people win Keno. Over 65,000 winners on average every week.
I've thought about it. Yeah, me too.
Keno, win it by the minute.
One in. Straight at it. Cassisi making Chris Judd think now. Cox and Primus contest a perfect bounce. Cox on the way down for Cousins. Tumbles the ball wide. Braun. Fletcher. Kane Corns for Dew was good. Wants to get on the left for Peter Burgoyne. It's not 15. Takes on Judd. That's risky, but Burgoyne is looking good here. Oh, the kick is wide of Lade. Check.
Oh, intercept.
Primus was writhing at him, putting the pressure on. And Port do well there to force a bounce.
Yeah, I think that Cassisi Cochrane swap was actually just a temporary one. Cochrane is running along with Embley, whose reputation is is pretty significant now with every other club as to his importance to this Eagles side. A true wingman. There's not too many of them left, but he certainly is one.
And Cassisi is really shadowing Judd. Oh, Primus winning it down. Pickett nearly, but not quite. Curve for Banfield. Now has Glass short, and it's a good kick for him. Glass needed to mark that and did. Brown say kick at the brawn. He does. Defensive side of the outer wing. West Coast by 13 points. Now short ball. Jones. Risky. Stolen by Wanganeen. Port off to the races. Eben. Good marking. Low down in front of Chick.
As he looks up though, there's probably 3 loose West Coast players in the forward 50.
He pops it towards Lade. Running back. Staker knocking it down. Treadray coming in late. Hooks it from the boundary line. Needed a very kind bounce. Didn't get it.
He was a bit stiff in the end. It was a pretty good attempt just to get it even close. And another example of his incredible agility.
I wouldn't say West Coast are flooding, but they're definitely getting numbers back in front of Treadray.
I think it's the tall midfielders they've got. It's the Stakers who, in many ways, is running as a tall midfielder, and also Cox just pushing back with Primus and the like hanging around the midfield area.
Stenglein pops it up 2-on-2 on the wing. At the back, Cousins slipped away from his opponent. Delivers to half forward perfectly for Hansen. Lead provided by Gardner running hard. Will he get it? No. Wakeland, the disciplined defender, knocking it down. His twin a good game for the Magpies this weekend, and Walsh has got Burgoyne. And he just sort of glides along this turf. The kick letting him down, but Dew mopping up. Burgoyne and Cousins, great duel.
Yeah, the pressure of the Eagles is really top line at this stage, and we've seen a number of handballs laid off by Port Adelaide players to blokes under pressure.
Coxon's gone, holding the ball. Might be advantage for Pickett, it will be. Port have got the overlap. Burgoyne goes early for Treadray, and he's going to have a similar shot here from the 50. He had this shot about 5 minutes ago and missed.
And that's what happens. You can flood all you like, but if the ball gets in there quickly after a turnover, Treadray will get it on his chest.
Warren Treadray with 2 behinds this quarter, and a chance here to make it a 1-goal game after they spotted West Coast a 20-point start. He's had his sighter, and this one's perfect. Treadray's got his first. Port with 2 in a row.
Beat this. High-performance NEC notebooks at unbeatable A&R prices. Like this NEC with Pentium M 1.6 dual-layer DVD burner, fast 40GB hard drive, 256meg of RAM and Windows XP Home for $19.99. Or a powerful Pentium M 1.8 dual-layer DVD burner, fast 80GB hard drive, 512meg of RAM and Windows XP Pro, $26.99. And they're exclusive to all A&R stores throughout Adelaide. Hey, there's one near you.
And a change has been made with Glass going on to Treadray now. Under out to centre-half back on load.
Cox knocking it down for Nikoski to Fletcher. High ball to Gardner and Wakeland. Walsh in support. Hansen won't let him go. The tackle was high.
And in some ways, I think it's just that Port Adelaide have gone back to a regulation structure up forward with two key talls there, rather than having Primus at the back of the square and Lade starting in the ruck. It's worked for them.
It definitely has made a difference in their whole structure.
Pete, come round, thank you.
Port huddle at centre-half back and will now split for Walsh. They don't split fast enough, and he turns down the leads. And there's a 50-metre penalty. It's against West Coast. Cox.
Back out.
The greater penalty will be 50 to Walsh as opposed to a relay free kick, so Walsh will be advanced to the wing.
He just grabbed Kane Corns by the neck and give him a bit of a scrub up, and the umpire saw it, and it was definitely there. The only thing that I disagree with that is if they're going to pay one of them, they've got to pay them all.
So Walsh now with 32 players in Port's attacking half of the ground. It's congested. He goes short for Cochrane. Treadray at the top of the goal square. Knows that it's no point leading for that kick. He wouldn't have got to it. Well, Montgomery perhaps getting in the way of Primus. Sampi, advantage paid. Staker, Hanson. The rebound can hurt. Long ball for Gardner. Tightish angle for the big man, 45 out.
Gives him another dimension up there, doesn't he, Michael Gardner, when he plays predominantly forward. And we know that he's a little bit injured. He come into this game under a little bit of an injury cloud. They tell me that hasn't trained a lot all week, but adds a lot up there when he's playing forward and been kicking a few goals.
The kick is close, but just missing to the right-hand side.
It's a potent forward structure, though, when you've got Gardner and Lynch. And you've got McDougall to come into this side.
And Hanson.
Force his way in. And Hanson. Got some tools, and they just sit in the goal square. One leads, generally Gardner. The other one comes in behind.
Jared, I made the comment a couple of weeks ago that Ashley Hanson is just about the most important player in this West Coast side. He reminds me of Carl Langdon when they were a strong side. Not the best player in the side, but very important to their structure. If he can stand up at centre-half forward all year and do what he's doing in competing, they'll go a very long way to making the grand final.
And perhaps significantly, he was well held last week. And the only loss for the Eagles this season. This is Toby Thurston's with Port Adelaide within 7 points. And a chance now at midfield to get some run. Cochrane pops it out in front of Walsh. Needs a kind bounce. He'll get it. He's got to step on Braun. He's got the advantage. It's he the one to catch. Cochrane. Now Kane Corns. Delivers to half forward, but it doesn't reach Treadray. Cousins, the leading ball winner on the ground. His 14th touch out wide for Kerr.
It was an interesting decision to kick that ball from Cochrane to Walsh, given that he was always going to be under pressure, rather than look up and go down the corridor.
Nice leap from Chad Corns to mark. Gives to his brother. And will be happy. This is Wanganeen for Chad Corns. Some space, although Hanson's closing. Corns gets a good kick to half forward for Wakeland, for Walsh. Going a little quickly. Had to go after it as he got Cousins covered, yes. High ball to the hot spot. Who's going to go? Montgomery, well. Everyone was looking around wondering who was going to take it, and it's Brett Montgomery who can draw Port Adelaide to within a point.
Well, it's an interesting weekend so far. We've probably seen the finish of Brisbane's genuine chance at the grand final, or the finals even. Most people have written them off after their loss to the Kangaroos, but today we've seen Port Adelaide put in a first half showing that says they're competitive with the side right up there on the top of the ladder.
Important kick. Should be a goal. Montgomery kicks it, and Port are within a point.
Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing. Metropolitan Plumbing.
Just a quick reminder that Metropolitan Plumbing can fix leaking taps, block drains, plus hot water repairs and replacement within the hour. All areas, 24 hours, 7 days. Yes, 7 days a week.
Metropolitan Plumbing.
100th career goal for Brett Montgomery. Game alive. Lade and Seaby. Judd gets it away quickly. Port will get there first. Pickett. Up by the lunging Sampi. His teammates dash to the outer side. The goal kicker Montgomery has got Shattuck on, and he'll have Thurston's. He elects to go to Chad Corns. He'll go to Thurston's. Dashing for it. And he's got a nice mark too. Bouncing off Kerr. 55 out at right half forward. Port Adelaide 20 points behind, a minute into this second quarter. On the verge of perhaps taking the lead. Loose checking by the Eagles. Fletcher arrived though to knock it away from Shattuck. And the chance goes begging. Fletcher's kick, however, smothered by Kane Corns. Thurston's to get another go. Hot football right now. Staker goes without it. Treadray brought down. Judd emerges. Delivers short and effectively for Hanson.
And Judd's one player that just hasn't found the footy today. He's only had, that was his 6th possession, so Kasisi doing a pretty good job.
Embley towards half forward. Sampi, always dangerous on the left. not swinging it back enough to double the lead.
He has a power running, Chris Judd, whether he's tagged or whether he's getting the ball or not. And I just wonder sometimes when you've got a set tag like a Cassisi and he's got the athletic ability to go with you, once you just take him to that position across that half-forward line and see how he goes when you're trying to outmark Chris Judd at the best part of 185 centimetres.
Bishop's kick in, an element of risk attached to it, and Gardner takes the mark, has a couple of men in the shadows in the pocket, and spots Nikoski.
It's one thing that we haven't seen John Worsfold do a lot of with Judd is send him forward and say, OK, if they're going to tag you, you know, let's see if we can get a couple of goals by you sitting. It gives him a rest and also allows him to basically break the tag by kicking a few goals.
I reckon it'd be pretty tough to stop leading out of the goal square.
It'd be very tough to stop with that explosive pace of his.
Good shot. He's a great mark. And I reckon we'll see it as we get closer to the finals.
Nikoski still awaiting that second goal. A behind and one out of bounds today. He's got it. Eagles by 8 points.
It's almost tax time, so buy or upgrade now at A&R or flexi rent for a $200 Kmart shopping voucher. Here's a high-powered Pentium 4 with 1 gig of memory, huge hard drive, dual-layer DVD burner, LCD monitor, internet and print copier scanner, all for $17.99. Flexi rent this or anything over $1,800 and receive a $200 Kmart voucher. Now with 6 Superstock stores, there's an A&R near you.
Testing time in the coach's box this afternoon in what has become an arm wrestle. Plenty of moves. Andrew Embley. Gardner also on the bench. A spell for the Eagles on a hot one in Perth. 28 degrees if you joined us late. And it's Seaby and Lade to contest. Another good bounce. And this time Lade waits down. Kane Corn slung. Kerr pushed in the back. Josh Franco not all that happy with the call. Staker. Going wide.
Is that explosive pace you were talking about then, Jared? He went forward and did exactly what you were saying. I think John Worsfold must be tuning in.
Well, I reckon it's just an absolute given that he'll play a lot of footy across that half-forward line because the taggers just take so much energy out. If you're not in the zone and the ball's not falling your way, go forward, kick a couple of goals and throw the challenge back to the other coaches.
Hunter for Kerr. He can run and carry this one. Elects to drop it off short. Good enough. Stenglein still a fraction too far out, you would think.
Right there, lady, right there. Warren, come out, mate. Play on.
Just chips it to the hot spot, hoping for Lynch. He wasn't going to let this one go.
That was a perfect kick by Tyson Stenglein. What he did is Lynch actually didn't lead. He stood basically about 5 metres out from the goal square. He put his hand up and said, just put it to that space. He was in front once the ball was kicked to the space. He pushes off his opponent and has an easy mark. Good lesson for all forwards and also on ballers kicking to their forwards. Don't have to lead sometimes, just have to put it to their side.
Thanks, Bo.
Lynch now lining up for his third.
Well, it was moving from right to left, and we were right behind it, and it looked like it was going to go through before that big post got in the way.
Who put that post there? 9 points. Bishop. Hugh wants it on the wing, just came on the ground. Still standing there, and now the kick comes to him, although dropping short. Butler did well running back into the unknown. Cousins being pursued by Dew. Chip ball well marked by Chad Corns. He's off. Oh, that was risky. Wanganeen now dodging and weaving in the back line. Goes for Dew. And happy to see this one arrive. 5 minutes from half-time. 6-7 to 5-4. West Coast looking to get back on the winners list after their first loss of the year last week. Seavey claiming it. Tackled. Well, that's got to be holding the ball there. Some leniency perhaps. Franco for White, for Kingsley, for Pickett. Byron into the centre square. Going for Thurston's on the outer side. He works hard. He can't get there. And Staker has time to mop up and deliver to Nikoski, and he's going to have space on the wing now. The bounce made him wait.
Very dangerous kick by Byron Pickett. That had to hit the target. If it didn't, it was always going to go to the other end of the ground.
Another turnover, this time Port Adelaide assuming it. Wanganeen for Kane Corns. The brothers wax again.
Got Montgomery close to us, and he's on his own.
Okay, now he will run and carry, and Walsh is going to keep on running. Montgomery, though, just trotting. Should pick it up a little bit here.
He's got no one to kick it to because now Treadray's on the burst.
And Treadray coming towards it.
They have to be a free
Had
kick.
one unpinned, it seemed, by Glass. Kerr for Cousins. Over the top for Butler. And now, end-to-end we go. Eagles turn to attack. Butler for Nikoski. Bombs it long to a 1-on-2. Sampi. Wanganeen, now Chad Corns.
Well done, Gavin Wanganeen.
And the kick rolls for a throw.
He was out of position, Gavin Wanganeen, but he was able to... He basically did a pirouette, but took his eye off the ball, then back on the ball, and Ashley Sampi had the sit. Just didn't get a jump at it.
Dangerous 3.5 minutes coming up. I think the Eagles have got just a few more players with run in their leg in this side. And they just look like they've spent a lot of petrol tickets, Port Adelaide. They've got to hang on and see if they can pinch a goal.
Pickett. Plenty of space at this part of the ground. Finger tipper for Hunter, couldn't hang on. Recovered very well. Delivers smoothly for Banfield. Sense of inevitability that West Coast are going to break through here in this burst. Seaby for Nikoski. Gets by Primus comfortably. Well, he backs himself, the young man from 50.